I'm Lazy B, justice seeker, story keeper, and we're still watching, waiting for justice.
Hello. Happy Saturday, everybody. I hope y'all are doing well. And we've been watching this Jessy Kurczewski case, her trial from 2023. We've been doing this on Saturday and Sunday mornings, and it's been fun, but the weekends, y'all know how it gets in the spring. It gets really busy. So I just don't want to keep this one hanging on. So I thought, you know what? I don't think we'll finish it all tonight, definitely, because Jessy herself gives a 2-hour statement at her sentencing. So, but I'm happy y'all are here. Good to see you. Hey, Riding Shotgun and Christina, Rebecca, John Smith. Hey, Blue River, you bully you. I've got my never give up, never give up necklace that I did not realize I wore all day today until I got home. I bet people were like, "What is her deal?" I kinda like it though, a little bit, it's I'm not giving up. But, even if you haven't watched this trial, you'll enjoy the closing, I think. I haven't even watched it all yet, but basically, Jessy Kurczewski was on trial she was a caregiver for this lady that was a family friend, but she killed her by poisoning her with eye drops. Tetrahydrozoline is the key molecule in Visine that gets the red out. And she basically poisoned her over time and it made her sick, but then ended up she had a lethal dose. And the judge in the case is the same judge. It's Jennifer Dorow, who I think she's gorgeous. And she was the judge in the Daryl Brooks case, the guy that represented himself. He's pretty wild. So, but I'm happy y'all are here. And don't forget, tomorrow night we're launching book club. It's going to be Ruth Markel's book, The Unveiling. So I can't just read the book because we'll get copyright violations. But if you don't have it, it's okay. We're going to do talking points and key things in the first 2 chapters. And then once we get through that book, then we're going to do, whose book. This is our story. And I bought it used, so she doesn't get a dime, but I bought it. It was either $5 or $6 on Amazon used. And yeah, because I wouldn't want her to get anything. So no Tamara where? What does that mean? Are we live? Did you see the new pics of Wendy? Oh, yeah. Here, let me show you something real quick before I get there. Just a second. I'll show you. It's kind of crazy that's her. It's blowing my mind. I know I gotta switch screens. So this is what I don't know if you say Tamara or Tamara, but I say Tamara, but I know there's let me switch the screen.
Tension in the air so thick it bites.
I'll replay it. So, what does everybody think about that? So supposedly that's from September So it was just like a few weeks after she testified in her mom's trial. Um, I'm not really sure what to think. I don't know what happened. Hey, Omaha Jules. I mean, I can guess. I'm sure that it's a pretty stressful life. I would think that for sure. It's got to be, right? Looks like, yep. Looks like lack of sleep, stress, crying. I think a lot of it is the bad angle. I mean, I don't think like anybody can gain, 30 pounds in 2 weeks, but I don't know. I think it's a rough situation. You love the song. Yeah, thank you. Well, it is on somebody's Instagram who's in the cohort of MMF, which is, I've already forgotten what it stood for. And Wendy was in that too back in 2009. See, I think it's weird because in the trial, her neck was really smooth and, her eyebrows were high. But I'm telling you, there are things people can do, like with threading, temporary. It's almost as if trying to look a certain way on purpose. So like not recognizable to everybody else. I know somebody had posted, I think one night in chat, that they heard that she was wearing her hair curly now. So I don't know. Marshall Memorial Fellowship. That's what the program was. And so somebody who was in that, and it's something international. I don't understand all this stuff. They posted that they got to meet her, and her last name was Estrada. Yeah, I don't know. That's a mistake. But all right. So I'm gonna play the little intro to the Jessy Kurczewski trial. It's a little intro video I made, and then we'll get into closings. But I think y'all will enjoy it.
What if I told you someone could be poisoned slowly, right in their own home? Not with something rare, not with something exotic or hard to obtain, but with something sitting in almost every medicine cabinet or purse in America. Eye drops. And what's even more disturbing, the person accused was someone the victim trusted the most. This is the eye drop killer, the case of Jessy Kurczewski. Jessy was a Wisconsin woman at the center of one of the most unsettling poisoning cases in recent years. At first glance, it looks like a tragic death. A woman was found unresponsive. A grieving friend was there. But investigators would soon uncover something far more sinister, because this just wasn't about friendship. This was about control and manipulation and a deadly substance in a medicine cabinet. Prosecutors said that Jessy poisoned her friend using eye drops, specifically products containing tetrahydrozoline. Now that might sound harmless, but in large amounts, it can be incredibly dangerous. It's the same ingredient found in Visine eye drops. It causes sedation, slowed breathing, and even death. According to the state of Wisconsin, this wasn't an accident. They alleged this was intentional and calculated. It gets even more chilling. Authorities said Jessy didn't just administer the Visine eye drops, she inserted herself into the victim's life. She gained trust, becoming indispensable, and then the trust turned deadly. What was the motive? Well, things took another turn. Investigators alleged there was financial gain, and that played a role. Claims of money, control over financial accounts, and a life that may not have been what it seemed. The defense told a different story. They argued this wasn't murder at all, but a tragic, complicated situation involving a vulnerable woman who unalived herself. What really happened inside that home? Was this a calculated poisoning or something far less? This isn't a case just about poisoning. It's a case about trust, deception, and how something so ordinary can become a weapon. Jessy claims Lynn had horrific dry eye and that she was using multiple bottles of Visine at a time. I believe we all know Visine is not for dry eye. It is to remove the redness. This weekend, we continue our coverage of Jessy Kurczewski, the eye drop killer. We're now in her trial, which began in October of 2023 and went into November of 2023. We've heard from the medical examiner and the detective. And remember, Jessy was originally arrested due to parole violations. She had served 4 years in prison for forgery charges. That brings us to motive. Why did Jessy allegedly do this to Lynn? Let's continue into the trial of Jessy Kurczewski and the homicide of Lynn Hernon. I'm Leslie B., and this is True Crime in a Minute. Thank you for being here. Sorry, I had muted. So this is the closing. So yeah, this was back in 23, the fall of 23. Murder, you made me laugh a little. I know, it's weird that Visine and baby powder are so toxic, right? They've linked baby powder to, was it ovarian cancer? I think it was. But apparently this tetrahydrozoline that's in Visine is also in nose sprays, right? Because it helps restrict vessels to shrink them, like take away the red eye and take away, I guess, sinus issues with people. But yeah, not meant to be ingested for sure. And if you ever saw the movie Wedding Crashers, this is what, is it Owen Wilson, the character that he puts into Bradley Cooper's drink and then he gets really, really sick? Yeah, ovarian cancer. Oh, Maestro, thanks. That wasn't the best of edits because I kept like editing an intro every time I did a show, and that's exhausting. So, but let's check this out. Oh, Rebecca, I'm sorry, your mom had a version of it. Oh, the baby powder had asbestos. Wow. I never used baby powder with my kids. I guess by the early 2000s it was gone, but yeah, we all grew up on that. Probably what's wrong with us. All right, I'm going to turn the closed captioning on for everyone. I just love this judge, though. I think she is so gorgeous. Always wanted dark hair like that. Wonder if I can play this at like 1.25.
States table. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And on behalf of the state's team, attorneys Crawford and Sitzberger and myself, as well as detectives Happy and Plennis and Mr. Vulcanier, thank you so much for paying such close attention during this trial. I have to say that it stuck out in my head when I would look over at how carefully you were all listening, and we really do appreciate that. This is my opportunity to argue the case. The evidence is in, and soon you'll be asked to deliberate whether we've met our burden in this case on all three counts. All three counts follow this theme of murder, greed, and lies that my co-counsel introduced during opening statements. And that's how we'll discuss it here this morning, starting with count 1, the first-degree intentional homicide of Lynn Hernon, and moving into the greed. Count 2 being the theft while Ms. Hernon was alive, and count 3 being the theft from Ms. Hernon's estate. When we talk about count 1, the judge just read you the elements. Ladies and gentlemen, we submit to you that in this case, Ms. Kurczewski caused Liz Hernan's death with the intent to kill her. You heard moments ago that it's not necessary that every fact be proven directly by a witness or an exhibit, and that in fact circumstantial evidence can be just as powerful. Whether it's direct or circumstantial evidence, the only thing that matters is whether it satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt. The circumstances in this case are significant. The cause of death in this matter, as determined by Dr. Bedritsky, is poisoning. Tetrahydrozoline is a poison. Dr. Bedritsky talked to you about her job. It is her job for Waukesha County to make determinations on cause and manner of death. She told you that it took her almost a year to do that in this case. She was the only expert who actually saw Ms. Hernan. She performed the autopsy. She testified that she viewed Ms. Hernan's tissues microscopically. She sent numerous toxicological samples to NMS labs. She reviewed thousands of pages of medical records. She conducted research and consulted with other experts and considered the facts at the death scene. And ultimately, she told you without hesitation that the poisoning that occurred in this case was at the hand of another. That's what homicide means. Death at the hand of another. Dr. Bedritsky was not here to tell you who.
Hey, Anne, you're asking, is this her second trial? To my knowledge, she's only had one. So this one's just a few years old. Maestro says they're looking to ban all talcum powder in the European Union by the end of the year, and loads of info is coming out showing Johnson & Johnson covering up the research for years. That does not surprise me. Hey, Armand. Yeah, drugs and money. Yeah.
Who did that? She was not concerned with that at all when making these determinations. That's not her job. But she did testify that she considers this case to be unique in a couple different ways. Definitely, the toxicology was atypical. That scene was atypical. And she told you it was atypical both because of things that were there and things that weren't there. Like tetrahydrozoline bottles.
So the lady sitting behind, this is Jessy here in the Navy in the cross necklace, right out of the Jen McCabe playbook. The lady in the black and white flannel hoodie, whatever that is, that's her mom. And she could be Corey Richan's mom, twin sister.
Dr. Bedritsky told you that it was significant to her that of all the medication, pills, and bottles, and powders at the scene, that Ms. Hernan's toxicology did not indicate elevated levels of those prescriptions. Certainly not fatal levels. There was only one poison in Ms. Hernan's toxicology, and it was eye drops, and they weren't on the scene. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the misleading scene that caused investigators from day one to believe this was a pill overdose was very intentional. It was intentional by the only person who was there other than Ms. Hernan. It was an intentional way to mislead. This theme of Ms. Kurczewski's intent being to mislead will carry us through the rest of the discussion this morning. And the motive? To get out of trouble, right? Because what was presented by Ms. Kurczewski to the first responders at the scene was not at all what the actual cause of death was. Ms. Kurczewski talked about how ill Ms. Hernan had been, how she liked to use her pills. There's no suicide note. Dr. Bedritsky talked to you. Ms. Hernan was not on the verge of death. This chart looks at the substances we've talked about so many times in this case. Again, only one of them is a poison. And I submit to you that the fact that the poison is in the toxicology is circumstantial evidence of the person's intent who gave it to her. The other substances underneath the tetrahydrozoline are not anywhere near fatal levels. Dr. Bedritsky told you that even together, those other substances would not have caused the death because it was the tetrahydrozoline that was so significant that that level was fatal. You were asked to make a lot of assumptions about perhaps Ms. Hernan's character, I guess, in the fact that the baclofen and cyclobenzaprine were even there, right? Because she had been told to.
Rebecca, yeah, can't even spring for a professional chart or PowerPoint. Yeah, that poster board, that's right out of like 1990s school project. But hey, I think this girl does a really great job, though.
Stop taking those. They shouldn't have been there. They shouldn't have been there. You kept being told. They shouldn't have been there. The tetrahydrozoline shouldn't have been there at all, because if she was using it as eye drops, it would have been under 1. The level would have been under 1.0. The reason Ms. Hernan wasn't taking baclofen and cyclobenzaprine is because she herself reported having side effects she didn't like. And they were not life-threatening side effects. They were rashes. They were salt in her mouth. They were weight gain. When you think about all of the counts in this case, you're going to have to think about who Ms. Hernan was. And I want you to think about the different sources of information that you've received during this trial about Ms. Hernan, and consider the sources of that information. You heard in this case from 3 of Ms. Hernan's closest friends, people that she loved. Anthony Posa told you he would go over there and she'd make him lunch during college, and they'd talk about movies, black and white movies. They'd talk about her dad, who was in the military. Corrine Posa showed you birthday cards that she still had from Ms. Hernan. She was a very thoughtful person. She liked to cook. You heard that she would bring food to parties. Corrine Posa told you that they had an affinity for shoes together, and she laughed a little when she looked at that note on one of the birthday cards. Corrine Posa told you that she had gone thrift shopping and rummaging with Ms. Hernan because she loved to get a deal. Ms. Hernan was making plans with these people. Jim Kelleher told you they were making plans because he still had a birthday gift for her after she got out of the hospital. Anthony Posa and Keith Lang saw Ms. Hernan after they had had lunch, and she made plans to see Anthony soon. Ms. Hernan was always thoughtful about her appearance, and that's significant. She gave gifts that were meaningful, not necessarily expensive. She was overall, as we've seen in the patterns presented, frugal. She had a very high credit score. She paid cards down. She didn't spend a ton of money. She certainly was not someone who used technology very well. In fact, Ms. Posa told you that when she'd have photos of Anthony, Ms. Hernan would want her to physically send those to get printed so she could pick them up. She could not even manipulate the photo application on a smartphone, let alone some of the other things that she's been alleged to have been involved with in this case. She loved her pets, and you heard even from the insurance agent, she was a thoughtful person making Christmas gifts of food, low-cost items. That is in great juxtaposition with how Ms. Hernan's been portrayed in this trial. You heard over and over that she was angry. She was so angry, she was giving up. She wanted to get rid of all of her money for some unknown reason. She wanted to have no more liquidity at the time of her death. She was suicidal. How many times did you hear these things about Ms. Hernan? And the suggestion that she was apparently scamming the government because she got food share, hiding assets from the government to accept government assistance. I want you to think about the sources of these kind of attributes for Ms. Hernan, because ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to make credibility determinations in this case. And you have to consider what intent the source of information had. Was it to mislead you? Was it to shift your focus? What's the motive behind those kind of statements? You need to consider that when you're deciding about intent. Because at the core of this case really is the defendant's intent and the lack of consent for those theft counts. And those are all questions that Ms. Hernan can't answer because she was murdered. That's why these questions have to be answered with circumstantial evidence. And that includes motive, which is different from intent. But it's someone's reason for doing something. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that in this case, Ms. Kurczewski's intent is clear.
Hey, Fletcher. Thank you. It's very nice. Good to see you. Hey, Millie. I got your sweet note. Thank you. Your handwriting is identical to my mom's. Kind of freaked me out a little. Good to see everybody.
Was to kill. The intent behind her lies is to mislead. And the motive is her own personal benefit, whether it be getting out of trouble or money. Count 2 is the theft while Ms. Hernan was alive. Again, these two things Ms. Hernan can't tell you about, so we rely on the circumstances. One significant one is the difference in the patterns that you saw between Ms. Hernan and Ms. Kurczewski in this case. There was testimony about this and information gleaned from all.
Oh, we got a crier. She's crying because she knows she's done.
All the financial records about these, Ms. Hernan was paying cards down. She had a great credit score. She wasn't using a ton of ATMs. She wasn't lavishly spending, right? You heard that she bought herself a vehicle and some jewelry, but really other than that, she's not going on vacations. She's not buying computers and iPads and things, televisions, and she's spending her money in Waukesha County in person, not online. You saw the patterns of Ms. Kurczewski in this case. The credit cards are close to their max. There's a lot of ATM and cash advances. The spending is happening at places where Ms. Kurczewski can get cash out and gamble. Whether it be a casino or a bar, there's been testimony in this case that Ms. Kurczewski spent significant sums of money on slot machines in the geographic area where she lived, and additionally, using a lot of online activity. You were shown this credit score comparison, and you'll see that when Ms. Hernan's score plummets is the same time that all those credit card accounts are maxing out, becoming due. No payments are being made on loans. Her score plummets in the last 3 or 4 months before her death. And ladies and gentlemen, the financial aspect of this case and the investigation even was very complex. It took a lot of time. There were a lot of records. There were a lot of things that needed to be put out in a timeline or patterns so that we could understand it. It was not a simple review. I submit to you that that was exactly Ms. Kurczewski's intent. The intent to mislead and the motive for financial gain. We focused on these accounts, the top 3 belonging to Ms. Hernan and the bottom 2 belonging to the defendant. And we talked about.
Ooh, Jesse's mother is now gone. She's not in the courtroom because her mom was in on this with her, signing on loans, going to the casinos. I bet she was like, ooh, I'm going to get out of here.
The theft coming out of Lynn's accounts and going into the defendant's accounts. That money market account was the big account that there was 250 grand in, right? That was an account that Ms. Hernan didn't pay bills from. She didn't write a check to, We Energies from the money market account. And Detective Plentis told you why that was, because there's penalties on an account like that for too many transactions. So what you saw happening as a pattern was that Ms. Hernan would move money from the money market account into her own checking account where she'd pay bills. The only checks written from this account, aside from one, go to the defendant. No one else is getting thousands of dollars from this account. There's memo lines shown along the right side. I submit to you that the intent behind those memo lines is to mislead. Because that's not what these funds were used for. We painstakingly went through Ms. Kurczewski's spending habits. There was no IRS payment. She got a tax return that year. There were no doctor bills for procedures, endoscopy procedures. There was not huge sums of money going to car payments. There were thousands and thousands of dollars a month spent at Scala's Palace. That's what you saw on the defendant's finances. A bank account that held $250,000 less than 2 years later had $87 and change in it. And $134,000 plus of that money went to the defendant in the form of 20 checks. The last 2 entries on here were electronic checks, both written October
No, her mom was never charged to my knowledge based on my search. And just makes me cringe thinking about you know who, because I think just a lot of times the government is just like, yeah, we're not going to go for them unless we can really prove it, which we all know we can prove it. Hey, Plays in the Dirt, good to see you.
1st of 2018, 2 days before Ms. Hernan dies. And I say written, but they really weren't written, were they? Because they're electronic. This is internet check. What's the top one for? $5,000 to the defendant. And the bottom one is a check that went directly to the defendant's mom's apartment complex. These funds came out of the BMO money market account. These checks were made online. On the same day these checks were written, the defendant, who never had a BMO account of her own, downloads the BMO Harris mobile banking app. Lynn Hernan was not creating electronic checks 2 days before she died on the internet. The other main account of Ms. Hernan's was her checking account, the 5336 account. And during the trial, we focused a lot on the checks written from the money market account and this checking account. But there were also expenditures that we didn't include in the total, including over $4,000 spent on her check card while she was in the hospital. $4,000. She was only in the hospital from September 15th through the 28th. Whose spending pattern does $4,000 in 2 weeks sound like? There was over $3,000 of transactions after Ms. Hernan's death. We know that she wasn't using her check card. And ultimately, of all the checks that Ms. Hernan wrote from her checking account, included paying.
It's a good question, Fletcher. Been watching the content of the Adelsons. Why isn't she in jail yet? $1 million question. I don't know. I'm keeping the hope and faith alive, but I don't know. I mean, Tracy Grist and that whole family. Come on. If they can get them, they can get her.
Bills, and over $10,000 in checks to the defendant. It's very telling when you look at two of those checks from Ms. Hernan's checking account. Ms. Hernan certainly knew how to give a gift if she wanted to. When Anthony graduated high school, Ms. Hernan's intent was to give him $200. So she wrote a check, and in the memo line, it says graduation. There's one other check in the form of a gift from this checking account. It's to Ms. Kurczewski. The memo line says gift. Look at the value of that check. $2,612.17 for a gift. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Kurczewski is the only person in Ms. Hernan's life getting gifts like that. There is absolutely nothing in this record for you to conclude that people like Anthony stopped caring about Ms. Hernan or that she stopped caring about him. Absolutely nothing. This makes no sense because the date of the $2,600 that Ms. Kurczewski got was July 22nd of 16. She didn't graduate from high school that day. She didn't get married. She didn't have a baby.
Object to information that's not in the record, Judge.
Overruled.
That check is not to celebrate a monumental part of Ms. Kurczewski's life, like the $200 that Anthony got when he graduated. When you add up these checks, you get that total that we talked about before. And ladies and gentlemen, that was Ms. Kurczewski's primary source of income, right? You saw her paychecks over the span of almost 2 years total less than $50,000. Her income was stealing from Ms. Hernan, and she never paid a dime of it back.
This is like some Katie McBanois income, but $144,000 of net money, right? No taxes. Jessy was living large. Fletcher, I recently watched Catherine McManus' attorney cross a Wendy. He ripped her. Yeah. Krista Cost. He's awesome. Okay. Jolie asks, could there be a big donor of Jack Campbell or others in power that is protecting Wendy? I would say anything's possible, but I thought all the connections were kind of gone. But what do I know?
This total of over $144,000 does not take into account several other pieces that are very suspicious in this case and give another piece of circumstantial evidence for you when you consider, is this really what Lynn wanted? In February of 2018, a loan is applied for 30 grand is what ultimately gets approved. At that point in time, Ms. Hernan is not in some sort of dire financial situation. She's not trying to buy a home. There's absolutely no reason gleaned from Ms. Hernan's financial accounts that she would need this kind of a loan in February of 2018. I submit to you that the way that this loan was applied for, that's not something that Ms. Hernan was capable of doing, frankly. Because these documents on the left, this kitten check, I've highlighted the last four of the account number on the bottom of that check. That was given to Goldman Sachs to say, here's the account we want this money to go in, right? It has Lynn Hernan's name on it, but that's the defendant's account. The 8149 account did not have Lynn Hernan on it when this application was made. And what that means to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that that is fraud. It's not real. That check is not real. What else isn't real that Goldman Sachs received? We went through painstaking detail about the different financial banking support documents that loan provider received. Again, they're fraud. They are fraudulent. Someone who knows how to create documents and manipulate information turned the bank account information of herself to look like it was Ms. Hernan's. The information that Marcus Goldman Sachs was given during this application process includes that phone number that we've talked about, 262-421-5290. Detectives told you that is not a number that Lynn Hernan used. We know one person that used that number, and it was the defendant who gave it over the phone to a bank when she was pretending to be Lynn Hernan. The intent behind this is to mislead. The motive is financial gain. Ms. Kurczewski has to then add Lynn Hernan to this account before the money is dispersed because the loan is in Lynn Hernan's name. So the money gets put in to Jessy Kurczewski's account on March 8th of 2018, $30,000. And this was all done online. Ladies and gentlemen, Lynn Hernan knew how to give gifts if she wanted to give gifts. There are such more simple ways of transferring money to someone than this. And that circumstance goes directly to consent. That loan ultimately has some payments made from the estate account, right? Goldman Sachs is saying there's minimum payments due on this loan. The defendant pays 3 times out of the Tri-City account, all the while having never listed that $30,000 loan on the final accounting. Ms. Kurczewski never discloses it. She never pays it. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that's because her intent was to mislead and her motive was for financial gain. We know.
Hey, Millie says, I believe they're collecting info on Harvey, a double trial for Wendy and Harvey, then courts are done with the Adelsons. And that would be awesome. But after they got the hung jury when they did Katie and Sigfredo's trials together, I don't know that they would ever do a double trial. And I did look back at that decision to do a husband and wife like that. I don't know if that was the best. Well, it wasn't a great decision, but that would be awesome. I just don't think they're going to go after Harvey, but I believe they should. That is my opinion. Yeah, Armand, right? Jessy can shed some tears on demand. That is for sure.
Kurczewski is accessing these accounts without Ms. Hernan. Because this call placed near Ms. Kurczewski's mom's house is a call to the bank. If we could play that, please.
Thank you for calling Citi. My name's Melanie. Can I have your name as it appears on your card? Lynn A. Hernan.
This is another circumstance for you to consider when you're trying to determine whether all of this financial activity was done with Ms. Hernan's consent. If she's with Ms. Hernan and Ms. Hernan wants her to have all this money, why do you have to pretend to be her on the phone? There's evidence in this record that Ms. Hernan knew how to make a call to make a transfer of funds, to talk to her bank on the phone. There's absolutely no logical reason why Ms. Kurczewski would have to call any of these banks and pretend to be Ms. Hernan. The intent was to mislead, and the motive was for financial gain. And that's why all of Ms. Kurczewski's information is on the victim's credit report, which the defense showed you, Exhibit 621. Ms. Kurczewski's P.O. box, her phone number, and the 5290 number are all on here. Another circumstance for you to consider in terms of whether this was all with consent. Ms. Kurczewski gave a pretty detailed account of what she and Ms. Hernan did on October 3rd of 2018, multiple times in those interviews. And when you look at these, it's actually quite morbid. Ms. Hernan is either being poisoned, dying, or dead. And Jennifer Flaw.
Okay, Jessy, you know your life has reached a new low when you attempt to charge $446 at JCPenney and it did not go through. And owes $1,300 at Kohl's. Would love to see what she was buying. Look at this though, almost $2,000 for a 75-inch TV with mount and an Apple Watch. Of course, that was 2018. I mean, TVs are so inexpensive now. I think a 75-inch TV at Costco is like $800. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's what I saw.
Or gets a new 75-inch TV and an Apple Watch on Ms. Hernan's dime. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that Lynn Hernan did not have the desire to have a JCPenney credit card opened up the day she died. Most or all of these things happening online, which Ms. Hernan also didn't do. At this point in time, the money market is depleted, the checking account is depleted, and the credit cards are maxed out. But there's still money for Ms. Kurczewski after Ms. Hernan is dead. Because when Ms. Hernan dies, Ms. Kurczewski then files for the informal administration in the probate estate. Her and Anthony Poza are the beneficiaries, and immediately Anthony told you that it was odd how quickly Ms. Kurczewski told him, you have to sign off on this stuff so we can get the estate going. And after that point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the Tri-City estate account became Ms. Kurczewski's source of income. Over $50,000 in cash went from that account into Ms. Kurczewski's pocket. It was not going to creditors. And when Anthony realized just how much money had already come out of that estate and asked some questions about it, we have a series of fraud handed from Ms. Kurczewski to Anthony Poza. The intent to mislead. The motive, financial gain. 52 pieces of paper Anthony Poza got from Jessy Kurczewski. Here's 17 of them. Fake. They're fake. The vet clinic administrator came in here and told you that's not correct. And not only was this created so that Ms. Kurczewski could pocket an extra $100, but the cat's put down and their name got deleted for no reason. Fake. fake, fake, fake. ServPro bill, fake. Detective Plinus painstakingly went through these documents and showed you that they're all fraud created by someone who is very good at making fraudulent documents look correct. Mr. Posa thought, well, okay. And this is, you saw this through the handwriting expert. There's the Jeep title. Fake. Debts of decedent. Fake. These numbers don't even match the numbers that she tried to give Anthony Posa. And the will. Fake. Ms. Kurczewski knew that she had to create some reason why she had taken 50 grand out of the estate account, why she had spent another 15 plus in payments out toward other accounts. You heard testimony that there's one person involved in this case who has previously used fraud, used a mechanism to mislead for financial gain. 2 different times back in 2010. You can consider those for Ms. Kurczewski's intent and motive in this case. And I submit to you that it's very clear. Her intent is to mislead, and her motive is for financial gain. Ms. Kurczewski has a pattern of making things up to get herself out of trouble. Attorney Taylor testified that when she got involved, Ms. Kurczewski got removed as the personal representative. Ms. Kurczewski's back.
I would like to know, since she was going to the casinos, you know, they have different levels, like tier levels. I bet she was getting all kinds of stuff comped. I mean, if she was gambling that kind of money, I don't know if that ever entered into the trial by evidence, but I would be curious to know that. Welcome, Spencer.
Backed into a corner at that point, right? She's not in charge of this anymore. So what does she do? What does she do to try to get herself out of hot water? She files with the circuit court this new will that removes Anthony with some, Attorney Taylor told you, very odd explanation that the first will was some sort of a test that then Anthony failed. She's never heard of that in her life because it's ridiculous. And the loan alone of $18,700 meets your value criteria on count 3, not even considering the cash or payments that were made from the Tri-City account to the defendant's own debts. None of that inheritance loan funding is valid. That is theft. Ladies and gentlemen, you were told that personal representatives have a fiduciary duty to act in the best interests of the estate, not themselves. Not themselves. The estate was a rightful owner of the money at the time of this theft. And as one of the beneficiaries, Anthony Posa is listed as a victim on the count 3. None of that $87,000 went back into this estate account. There is an intent to permanently deprive. Ms. Kurczewski didn't pay any of it back. And ultimately, Mr. Posa receives a check for 13 grand, which was half of what's left after Ms. Kurczewski stole from it. Again, you can't read someone's mind to determine intent. She lies. Ms. Kurczewski compartmentalizes people in her life.
Wait, I want to go back to show the debts. That was craziness.
13 grand.
So she owed. So this is the lady that was never in debt and always had great credit. And so when she died, she owed $5,000 on a credit card, 14 on another credit card, 14,000, almost 4,000 on another credit card, 9,000 on another credit card, over 13,000, over 4,000, over 8,000, 1,700. What is Menards? Is that a department store? I think I've heard of it. Capital One credit card, 3,800. Kohl's, 429. Capital One, 7,200. 16,000. I wonder if Jessy was getting cash advances too. And then some smaller like medical bills, but that is so wrong and evil and sad.
which was half of what's left after Ms. Kurczewski stole from it. Again, you can't read someone's mind to determine intent. But the case comes down to intent, all three charges, right? Because Ms. Kurczewski says, I didn't steal from Ms. Herndon and I didn't kill her. But this is again where you're gonna have to make some credibility determinations in the face of so much circumstantial evidence. Because, ladies and gentlemen, lies are very tricky to keep track of. The truth is very simple. And in this case, we've shown that Ms. Kurczewski lies when it will benefit her. When she's in hot water, she lies. Ms. Kurczewski
Wow. Who does this sound like she's describing? She lies when it benefits her. Speaking of, I have to show y'all something I bought. Yeah. Crime scene, do not cross. And this was not on my street for a fallen tree, but I have a big roll. So I'm going to use, I mean, look at this roll. Yeah. I'm just saying. I wanted to share.
penalizes people in her life to keep them all from the truth of what's actually happening. And the intent behind this is to mislead them. And the motive is her own personal gain. Throughout this case, the question of whether Ms. Herndon was suicidal changes multiple times. On day one, on October 3rd of 2018, Ms. Kurczewski is not telling any EMS worker or deputy, oh my gosh, she's been drinking Visine. She had a gun once. She's been trying to kill herself. I can't believe this happened. No, she's asked point blank, was Ms. Herndon suicidal? And the answer is yes and no. But after this date, what do we know about Ms. Kurczewski? She's very interested in what the medical examiner knows and what the sheriff's department knows, because she's calling. What's in the toxicology? Do we have the toxicology back yet? Until they finally tell her, we can't talk to you anymore. So she comes in and talks to detectives. This entire discussion on Ms. Kurczewski's point is to mislead them. She's not going to reveal she poisoned Ms. Herndon with tetrahydrozoline because she doesn't know they found it yet. She doesn't know that anybody knows what she did yet. So she's not going to bring it up, just like she didn't bring it up on the day it happened. Maybe they won't find it. Then we have the star. July 9th of 2019, when Ms. Kurczewski is finally told this.
I'll be honest, there's been 3 times that she said, I want to give up.
Yeah.
I don't want to do this anymore. And she always said, the day when it comes, I want your help. The day when it comes, I want your help. I said, I'm not helping you do anything. When it comes to pills or mess around with anything, I'm not looking for trouble. I'm not trying to get in trouble.
But
She's a full-grown adult.
Like her doctor can work.
So that's a pretty different story than that. As soon as she knows the gig's up, well, okay, 3 times she said she wanted to give up. Ms. Kurczewski is constantly considering the new information that she's getting and altering her story in a way that benefits her. The next day, she wants to talk to law enforcement. I want you to remember that. All of these interviews are because Ms. Kurczewski thought about things overnight and wanted to give more information the next day. So the next day, the question of was Lynn suicidal changes again.
Doing it because she was trying to find an easy way out.
She's trying
She did the pills first numerous times and it wasn't working.
So she's trying to kill herself by drinking Visine back then.
She also bought a gun offline
When
that I
was that?
disposed of her before she died too.
When? How long?
Oh, 2 months.
I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that Ms. Kurczewski knew. Well, they found it in the toxicology now. I have to say she was suicidal and that she drank it on her own to keep myself out of trouble. The intent behind all of this is to mislead, and the motive is to keep herself out of trouble. These focus over here. She bought these guns, right? Misleading the investigators. There's these guns. She bought them. I wrestled one away from Ms. Herndon once. Okay, well, Ms. Kurczewski is really the person, based on the evidence, that acquired those items. The Brownell firearm, here's the phone call. Hey, I want to change the delivery from a residence to a FedEx pickup. That phone call is made from Ms. Kurczewski's phone near her house. And this is all in order placed on Ms. Herndon's credit card. This one's even more telling because what do we know about September 27th of 2018? Lynn Hernan is at Waukesha Memorial Hospital, which is nowhere near the map that you're being shown from Exhibit 173. This is a phone call to Urban Arms, another order using victim's credit card. She's in the hospital, and the order is made on Ms. Kurczewski's phone. That's all nonsense. It's all an effort to mislead. Because in reality, Ms. Kurczewski's story changes iterations based on the amount of information that she has. And the only things that never change are things that only Lynn could correct. That she was suicidal and that she wanted to give all of her money away. I'll say again, credibility is a huge task for you in this case. And when we talk about someone's credibility, you've seen firsthand things that Ms. Kurczewski has no problem lying about. Dan Radloff sat up there and told you that she would pretend to go to work when he was living with her. She would get up, get ready, and pretend like she had a job. Later saying, yeah, no, I'm not actually working. Up to big lies. Like a lie to a family she lived with. Why did the Craig family think Lynn Hernan was in a coma at Freighter? This is why, because Ms. Kurczewski told that to Scott Craig. And remember why this comes up. In May of 2018, what's going on in Ms. Kurczewski's life that makes this lie something that's going to personally gain? She's going to gain from. The scenario is that Scott wants nothing to do with her anymore. And it's all an attempt to mislead, to shift your focus. Scott, forget about that and look over here. Lynn Hernan's in a coma. She was never in a coma at Freighter Hospital, and Ms. Kurczewski never told Scott Craig that. The detectives told Scott Craig that. The motive is to get herself out of hot water. And nonetheless, she lies about telling them that.
John Smith, wonder if Wendy pretends to go to work. Fletcher, boy, other than George Costanza, who pretends to have a job? The only other time I have seen that is with teenagers. But, I mean, we usually caught them, or we did within a few days. Like, you don't have a job. You just kind of figure it out, you know?
So I'd be all by her.
Again, this is the guy who swears he told me she was in a coma.
No.
Why,
I never said that. Swear to God.
why do you think he's so upset?
This is someone that she was closest with. She lived with. Scott Craig was also someone in Ms. Kurczewski's life that had to stay very compartmentalized. It is no coincidence that he never met Lynn Hernan, ladies and gentlemen. It is no coincidence that Scott Craig was not invited to the funeral dinner for Lynn Hernan, where Scott may have been able to talk.
Oh, yeah. So this is interesting. So Lynn, the victim, never met Scott, who was Jesse's significant other, like live-in boyfriend. Strange, right? To be so close, and this is somebody you work for, and you're their caregiver. Have y'all ever known people that kept like different friend groups from knowing each other? So true story. I had a friend, it's been, gosh, let me think. In 2017, she had an aneurysm. And, you know, most people don't survive those, but she did. She was walking in the park, Fletcher. It was right over here at Edmund Warner Park. And she was walking on the trail and she collapsed and somebody was walking with her. Anyhow, she was on life support in the hospital for weeks. She made it through, but like it was not a good life. She ended up passing away 2 years later. But all of a sudden, all these different friends, we were all at the hospital and we're all kind of sharing stories like what could have done this. And I feel pretty good with the detective work that we did. I just think there was a lot going on between diet pills and maybe some, you know, snowflake stuff and some other stuff. You just never know, right? But it was, I'm sure, her worst nightmare, like all these different people kind of coming together. But that's what was going on with Jessy. Didn't want Scott to know Lynn. Oh, and Millie says Menards is like a Home Depot. I don't know, the name Menards, it's so like manure. It's hard for me, but it sounds like the coal store. I love going to Lowe's. I don't really like Home Depot.
With an Anthony Poza or a Keith Lang or a Kareem Poza. So sad about Lynn being in a coma at Freighter. Can you imagine if Scott would have said that at the dinner? No way. This was something that was so significant.
Here for today. Your best friend's daughter pretended she had a job for a while, but kept asking for money. Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, we're not stupid. And we had Life 360 and things. Fletcher Boy. Yeah, I bet you did hear about it. It was a thing. It was awful, but yeah, it was pretty bad.
Because he had no idea. Ms. Kurczewski was very, very good at misleading Mr. Craig. And he expresses the frustration and shock in this call that you heard from State's Exhibit 54.
I was told she's in the hospital. Your
She
best
was
friend was
in the fucking hospital numerous times.
Well, not in a coma for 5 months. That's what you told me. So,
I know that's what I told you.
Yeah,
I told
I
you
know.
that to protect
That's
you
pretty
for a
disgusting.
reason.
I told you that to protect you for a reason. That makes no sense, ladies and gentlemen. Another consideration in your credibility determination of the defendant in this case should be this January 2019 discussion, which happens up here on our timeline, well before the star. What is going on this day in January of 2019? Do you recall the beginning of this discussion? Scott Craig's mad at her. She's in hot water again, right? However, that disagreement evaporates once she says this. Tetrahydrozoline in my blood. Detective Cole couldn't even pronounce the word tetrahydrozoline. And Jessy Kurczewski is spelling it out in a text message, pretending to be at the hospital. She obviously goes on to ever deny saying this in 2019. And then changes that story to, okay, it was a friend, and then changes that story to, okay, I actually drank it, but no one was really poisoned. But the main point that you need to consider, which bears on intent, is that in Ms. Kurczewski's own statement, she knows exactly how serious tetrahydrozoline is. And she's right about that. Because you heard testimony in this case that when used for nefarious purposes, perpetrators select tetrahydrozoline because it impairs memory, impairs judgment, reduces inhibition, produces a period of unconsciousness. It's not routinely detected, and it's available. Nonetheless, 6 months later, when Ms. Kurczewski is told, this is her response.
I get it. And there's an anomaly in her toxicology. There's a drug in her system that's not supposed to be there.
And what would that be?
It's called tetrahydrazine.
What is that?
Commonly known as eye drops.
This is six months have gone by. So now she knows. What did she say about whether Ms. Hernan was using it?
A lot. Like, not enough, you can't take it through your eyes. It has to be ingested through orally.
I've never seen her drink it, ever, ever. And why would you drink eye drops? I mean, what would it taste like? I don't even know, but.
Not, oh my gosh, I've been buying bottles of this stuff for her because she drinks it all the time and I've seen her drink it. No, it's.
Say it like that because that doesn't sound right, but I didn't give her anything. I didn't even give her her pills wrong or vodka or drug. I didn't give her anything. I didn't give her this eye drop.
Then we have a period of time where Ms. Kurczewski is thinking, and the next morning she says, I want to talk again, right? This is the next day.
I've gotten the Visine for her. I never put any in her anything for her, ever, ever, never. I bought night for her, that's as far as I've gotten. I've never even put in her eyes for her.
I submit to you that the intent behind this is to mislead, and the motive is to get herself out of trouble.
Yeah, Fletcher boy, that's right. She had severe gastrointestinal problems, dehydration, bloat, diarrhea, all this stuff, and Lynn was hospitalized. I think Jessy was testing to see like the effects on it. I mean, she said she would throw away bottles, empty bottles of Visine, multiple ones at a time. Weird. John Smith, she's a lot like Corey Richens. Yes. And Mia Wallace is the one that was like, you need to watch that trial after or it was during the Corey Richens case because they're very similar. Oh, interesting here for today. There is research on the personality profile of poisoners. It's interesting. They tend to be angry and passive aggressive. That sounds right.
Or this would have been something she said on day one.
And she was drinking vodka and Visine.
Now, how do you know she was drinking
That's my favorite cocktail. Vodka and Visine.
vodka and Visine?
Because that's what she had mixed together. And that was the day before.
How do you know she had mixed Visine with her vodka?
Because that's what she did.
Mm-hmm.
There's still some distance there, right? It was the day before. Again, there's a night that goes by. Ms. Kurczewski is thinking. And the next morning on the 11th, I want to talk again. I've got more information.
She did one time, the whole time I've known her, she drank one bottle in front of me. Just one time. One bottle. And she never did that afterward. I was so upset and hurt by it because I didn't want her to do this. I didn't think it was the best way to go. She was trying everything.
2 days ago, this person is saying, I've never seen her drink it ever, ever. And now she's drinking a whole bottle of it in front of her. This is the same day.
The water didn't taste like anything in the vodka. She liked it because she got like a little more of a buzz off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, not one doctor or expert told you that that is factual at all. Dr. Tom.
Yeah. Spencer, women that unalive for money fascinate you. I agree. As motive, it's always layered, like Jessy, Corey, and Natalie Cochran of West Virginia. I'm not familiar with Natalie Cochran. I'll have to look that up. But what always gets me is how do people think they're going to get away with this? I mean, follow the money. It's pretty easy. Yeah, Blue River. Armand, if I recall, there was a case of someone using eye drops to unalive, and Jessy was a copycat. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Well, it's just we're hearing more about the fentanyl stuff too. That attorney was arrested in Alabama, in Coleman, Alabama, for trying to take out her husband with fentanyl as well, right around the Corey Richens stuff.
Thomas testified that she is unaware of anything that would suggest people are drinking tetrahydrozoline because of some euphoric or buzz. Dr. Bedritsky said the same thing. Even Dr. Spiller said.
Blue River, you're working on an Adelson Institute commercial? I can't wait.
That's not a symptom or side effect of drinking tetrahydrozoline. Again, the intent is to mislead.
Knowing she wants it.
Once I put in 2 drops for her.
Okay.
Once.
In what?
In her vodka.
Okay. And once was how long before that?
That was a month and probably 4 weeks, 3-4 weeks before. That was the only time I ever did it.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you determine credibility, you have to consider whether the source of the information has an interest in the outcome. This is the last version that you're left with.
Oh.
That bottle of water right there had in six Visines.
How do you know that?
Because that's what she put in it.
When?
She told me the 3 days before I threw it out. And she asked for it that morning.
You gave it to her.
Yeah.
I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, can you even rely on that? Credibility is again questioned as we begin this wild goose chase. On July 12th, there's the first little piece of information about things that are hidden away. And before you even dive into this, I want you just to think, why in the world would someone hide these types of items? Nonetheless, it starts with the BMO lockbox.
Get me out.
Okay.
That's what I'd like.
Okay.
Check her Venus hairs. her BMO Harris Bank.
Okay.
She has a lockbox.
I thought you said this was a storage shed.
That's where she put her items. No,
And this is a BMO Harris lockbox.
correct. I didn't give any specifics for a reason.
You said a storage
I
shed.
said it's not in my name.
So in a lockbox, there is a gun.
No.
There is. Where's the gun?
I said she has her stuff and I have my stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, on July 12th, when Ms. Kurczewski tells Aaron Hoppy to look in that BMO lockbox,
Okay, wait a minute. Rebecca's given us some breaking news. This is Trump rushed from White House Correspondents' Dinner after shooting incident. So, April 25th, that's today. President Donald Trump and the First Lady are uninjured after a shooting incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday in Washington, D.C., according to a statement from a U.S. Secret Service. A suspect is in custody, the statement said. The U.S. Secret Service, in coordination with Metro Police Department, is investigating a shooting incident near the main magnet meter screening area at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The President and First Lady are safe, along with all protectees. The condition of those involved is not known yet, and law enforcement is actively assessing the situation. What sounded like gunshots were heard by gathered reporters shortly after 8:30 p.m. Eastern in the Washington Hilton. Several guests were seen fleeing the ballroom where hundreds of journalists, politicians, and attendees were gathered, including Trump, Vice President Vance, and other members. Shortly after the incident, President Trump said he planned to brief the press. Video from inside the room showed the security quickly clear the guests on the stage. President Trump took to social media shortly after being rushed out to praise the Secret Service. Quite an evening in D.C., Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended, and I have recommended that we let the show go on. But will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again, Trump wrote. Law enforcement was seen evacuating prominent cabinet officials to rooms within the hotel, including Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee Zeldin, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert Kennedy, and FBI Director Kash Patel. The president said in a later post that all cabinet members are safe. Several members of Congress were seen leaving the event by foot, including Senator Sheldon Whitehouse and Rep. Jared Moskowitz. Mija Zhang, the president of the Correspondents Association, later announced from the stage that President Trump planned to give a briefing later Sunday night from the White House. The president said he hoped to reschedule the event within 30 days. I said earlier tonight that journalism is a public service because when there is an emergency, we run to the crisis, not away from it. And on a night when we are thinking about the freedoms in the First Amendment, we must also think how fragile they are, Zhang said. I saw all of you reporting, and that's what we do. Thank God everybody's safe, and thank you for coming together tonight. We will do this again. This is a developing story. Is that the third attempt? I think I'm trying to remember. Thanks, Rebecca, for the breaking news. Oh, Fletcher. Yep. Jesse's voice is harsh. Yeah, I agree. Ruth Ann, you were watching the breaking news? I just don't watch much news unless I'm traveling with my mom, and then it, it's on immediately and off last thing at night. Juliet, before event press secretary Caroline Leavitt called on everyone to watch tonight because Donald Trump will bring the heat and there will be shots fired. Oh, Lord. Leavitt said that before the event. Third event. John, you think it was the fourth? It's the third that I'm thinking the golf course, the Pennsylvania thing, and then tonight. Yeah, third that we know of. That's true. Wow. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep playing this, but if you want to go watch that, I'd rather just watch more in the morning when there's more detail. Oh yeah. So Jesse's mom's name is Jennifer Flowers. Flower. Remember Jennifer Flowers with Bill Clinton? I'm just curious. John, I thought the golf course and Mar-a-Lago were the same event, but maybe not. Yeah. I'm sorry, y'all. I totally didn't.
Over burial sites. Her initial claim of a storage shed somewhere comes
My bad.
about how she that. Credibility is again questioned as we begin this wild goose chase.
Oh, I went too
On
far.
July 12th, able to talk her way out of it. But the reality of this is that the cause of death is a poisoning and the manner of death is a homicide. At the time Lynn Herndon died, she was worth more to Ms. Kurczewski dead than alive. And this person that you heard about, this loving person on the left, did not kill herself. Based on all the facts and evidence that you've seen, the state is going to ask that you return 3 verdicts of guilty in this case. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this
Sorry, y'all. I was texting my husband, letting him know about the assassination thing. Yeah, I know. I was just thinking that too with the shootings. I can remember growing up, when you had 3 TV channels and something happened and it was just like it was on every network. I mean, you were glued, and now it's just like this is just becoming like everyday news. It's terrible. Mm. Yeah, Fletcher, I've got somebody in town from Chicago at work, and I was driving him around just showing him some Nashville stuff. And so I drove him by Covenant Church where that shooting was. He's like, "Oh my God, it's so weird to like see like where it was in person." I said, "I know."
time, I'm going to give everyone just a short break, about 10, 15 minutes. You need a little.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward. Do the zoom. Just so y'all know, she fires her attorneys before her sentencing.
Table view from the jury. Shouldn't block anyone.
No, I don't think it does, but I'll double check.
Yeah, I don't know if the state wants to check too. I just want to make sure that everyone in the jury box can see both tables with those large.
So, everyone who came to the scene on that day concluded it was a suicide. And they concluded it for a lot of reasons, including what you saw, which is a whole boatload of prescriptions that were laying around. Lynn was hoarded pills, and they were everywhere. Pills that were no longer prescribed to her. And the pills were found in her system. She took all those pills. And they also, when the medical examiner did the evaluation of the
Okay, so Lynn, like, when she passed, Jessy had staged the scene, and like there were like pills on her chest, and then they found whole pills in her stomach, which it hadn't even been broken down. I mean, how she got that in there, I don't know, but really sick.
stomach contents, pills were in there. It's what is called a polydrug overdose. When somebody takes too many pills, the combination together can create exactly what happened here.
Sorry, I'm getting bad at this. Blue River, growing up, I remember the Columbine massacre. Then many years later, the Virginia Tech massacre. Seems like after Sandy Hook, there's been nonstop shootings. I went to a luncheon, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, and one of the moms of one of the Columbine shooters was the guest speaker. Oh my God, my heart hurt for her. I mean, she was basically, I know a lot of people like point fingers and stuff, but she really had no idea. She said, we had just finished college applications. We had done all these things, and she had no idea. But I think I remember her saying, I gave birth to a monster. It's pretty heartbreaking.
Is Lynn's stuff. And Dr. Thomas, when she was here, she said there was strong evidence. This is the prescription medications in the living room. And I don't want to forget about what was at the scene. Remember, people who were there that day weren't looking for eye drops. That wasn't on their mind. So the suggestion that there were no eye drops is not true. It's not proven by fact. It's just an opinion. And when the people came in and testified, law enforcement, they agreed with us that they weren't looking for them. And Dr. B agreed 100% eventually that there was a bottle of eye drops, albeit not the ones with tetrahydrozoline, the ones that she would use in her actual eyes, on the table next to her. But if you remember at the beginning of the case, when the state was asking witness after witness, were there eye drops there? Were there eye drops there? Were there eye drops there? The answer was always no, but it wasn't true. And what was surprising is that even after Dr. B agreed that we had found the right bottle of eye drops that were on the table, that Detective Hoppy, when he got on the stand and he sat through this entire trial, still couldn't agree that there were eye drops at the scene, even though it had been testified to by the state. But it's similar to the deputy medical examiner when she looked and she saw the kitchen wastebasket full of liquor bottles. Nobody took any pictures of liquor bottles. She said she saw it. She put it in her report, but nobody in law enforcement ever bothered to photograph it. It doesn't mean they weren't there. That we know was there because she saw them and put it in a report. Otherwise, they would be here today also arguing that there was no sign of any liquor. They weren't looking for it. But they noticed things that were all consistent with a suicide. There's the bottle of eye drops. Dr. B identified it. We brought in the bottle. Those are eye drops. It wasn't collected. So the state says that they collected all this boatload of stuff. Well, how about that one bottle that was right there on the table next to bottles of pills? Of all the things you wouldn't collect, why wouldn't you collect that? To make it suggest that they weren't there? Thank goodness for one picture where we can find it. Because it wasn't collected doesn't mean it wasn't there. because Visine or other types of eye drops that also have tetrahydrozoline in them, and there's any number of them, you saw them as exhibits during the trial, just because they were not collected.
John, you said, isn't Dateline doing a 2-hour show on Corey Richards tomorrow night? I think was last night. I think it was Friday night.
Or noted doesn't mean they weren't there. She had tetrahydrozoline in her system.
Yeah.
Now, Lynn had water bottles. There's one. We can see caps for 2 water bottles. We don't even know where the other water bottle is. Again, not collected. Certainly, these things should have been collected, should have been available to be analyzed. You're going to charge somebody with the first-degree intentional homicide, and yet you don't have the evidence to be able to test it, to look at it, to evaluate it. Sorry. Everyone at the scene concluded it was a suicide, ladies and gentlemen. It was a suicide. It looked like a suicide. For Dr. B to say a year later that the scene looks staged, how can we wrap our heads around that? If the scene looks staged, then on October 4th of 2018, when she did the autopsy, she should have been right out of the gate. Look at this scene. It looks staged. Because part of her autopsy, right, it was to look at all these photographs that had been taken at the scene by her deputy medical examiner. And the facts and circumstances, look at Lynn's body, look at how it was positioned, the drugs that she had spilled on herself. She saw all that on October 4th of 2018. She had a body next to her to compare the body that's next to her with what was fresh evidence. Hey, law enforcement, this looks staged. I want you to rush over to that home. I want you to go look to see what else you can find, because I don't think this is a suicide. She didn't do that because it didn't look staged, because it wasn't staged. And the suggestion that these fragments or powder pills that Lynn was obviously using to be able to take the drugs she decided to take, that because they were spilled in such a way it's staged. No. Dr. Thomas explained it's much like eating anything that has crumbs, right?
Especially on a regular weekend night, even more so on a Saturday night. And there were a lot of parties happening in and around the area.
Y'all want to
Not
watch
just
this?
the dinner itself.
We can.
That's the main event, of course.
We can talk.
But there are lots and lots of ancillary events that happen in and around the area.
I can turn it down until
coming to a close.
I don't want anyone to feel like they're going to miss the news. I know Fletcher Boy, hard to forget Covenant's right there at Harding and Hillsborough.
DC Police will give an update at some point tonight as well.
Yeah.
Perhaps we'll learn more about the suspect that's been apprehended.
The suspect's been apprehended.
Dozens of journalists.
Thank you, Millie, for letting us know. I appreciate it.
Press briefing room in anticipation of a news conference following a scary incident, a shooting at a packed White House Correspondents' Dinner. The world's
Breaking news with Leslie B. That's right.
Lawmakers, other elected officials, the cabinet, of course, the president
That
and the
guy
vice president,
testing his
all in
phone and
attendance,
sound.
while shots rang out, according to
Whoa, what is that hair?
DC Police and Secret Service,
God.
near a magnetometer.
Did she come from the dinner? Did y'all see that person? Looked like a lady in a James Bond movie.
At the venue. The Secret Service releasing a statement saying that the Secret Service, in coordination with the Metropolitan Police Department, is investigating a shooting incident near the main magnetometer screening area at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The President and the First Lady, they say, are safe. All protectees are safe.
Yeah.
And as they
Fletcher says, full disclosure chat. Leslie and I live in the same general part of Nashville, so I say random things, not trying to alienate. We don't think you're alienating.
Posting
Wakanda.
a couple of brief updates. He started by saying it was quite an evening in D.C. This was after he was evacuated from the building. He posted, quite an evening in D.C. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended, and I have recommended that we let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again. After he posted that, we heard official word that the Correspondents' Dinner had in fact been canceled for the night, postponed to a later date. The president followed up by saying on social media that law enforcement has requested we leave the premises consistent with protocol, which we will do immediately. I will be giving a press conference from the White House press briefing room. The First Lady, plus the Vice President, and all
Juliet says, I attended events when POTUS was president. Security is incredibly tight, so it doesn't compute that a shooter got past Secret Service.
And we will be rescheduling within 30 days.
Fletcher's getting a bourbon. I hope it's a bullet bourbon.
From the president so far. The DC Police Department.
What's the bourbon my husband drinks?
With this, they just posted this, saying police and our law enforcement partners are about to hold a media briefing on tonight's incident at the terrace level of the Washington Hilton. So we'll look out for that as well. Live look at the area near DuPont Circle in DC, typically a busy area, and an even busier area typically on a Saturday night.
Buffalo Trace, that's the brand my husband.
So we're waiting to hear from police in DC, and we're waiting to hear from the President of the United States.
Eagle Rare.
This White House press briefing is set to get underway any moment. While we await the president's remarks, and again, just about 5 minutes ago, we heard that the president has arrived at the White House. AP with this. Yeah, so this is what
wow,
we're
so
talking
they're
about.
like
An
in there.
officer was shot in a bullet-resistant vest at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, but is expected to be okay. So we've been reporting all night that nobody was injured. None of the protectees were injured. None of the Secret Service's protectees were injured, to be more specific.
I haven't been to DC in many
the AP
years.
there with that, saying that at least one officer was shot, but was wearing a bullet-resistant vest, thankfully. And
That's gotta hurt like hell wearing a bulletproof vest and getting shot.
So
I
that
mean,
would
can
be
you
indicative that
imagine?
at
It's
least
like
one
getting
person was shot at.
and punched would be an understatement.
Official word from police or from the president momentarily.
Do you think like Charlie Adelson gets breaking news in prison? I mean, I guess they have TVs and stuff, right?
This has been a developing situation, and we're learning more by the minute. I'm Austin Westfall.
Oh, here comes.
President, step out. Okay. Let's listen live after a shocking White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way, very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the DC police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts and resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger.
That is a great quote, little soundbite there, just saying.
And better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. I wanted to say tonight, I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There's federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you, Dr. Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The president's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty, because we have leadership here with the president and the vice president that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Merlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chief. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. Okay. And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly. And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. fact, we were sitting right next to each other. First,
I mean, do y'all still want to watch this? It's good to see you, Tiff. CrimeCon is May 29th through May 31st this year in Vegas.
to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, "That's a bad noise," and we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into.
I don't know what to do. I mean, I don't really want to sit and watch this, but then some of y'all might want to, so.
An area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to.
Yeah. Okay, I just need to show this real quick. So this is Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how they got in there, but seems weird to me to have a president dinner at a Hilton, but I don't know. What do I know? Okay. Then let's watch. Whoever.
Tension in the air so thick it bites. Shadows creeping in under neon lights.
Like and subscribe because every case has more to the story.
Okay. So, I mean, it really does. Juliet, you're spot on. Is Debbie I see it's the 25th Congressional District. Is that like the Miami, Fort Lauderdale area? Does anybody know? All right, let's play this short one more time. How is that literally weeks apart, y'all? Someone has got to tell me. Oh, Debbie, well, maybe she's trying to look like her. No coincidences. It is interesting. This is interesting. Like, I can't tell if the hair's tucked behind her ear or if that's a barrette. Very, yeah, y'all have been saying this. So then this, it really is. Do y'all think that's natural curl on Wendy or a perm? Because when I've seen her hair kind of curly, it's not like that curly. John Smith, she's in disguise to avoid being arrested. Maybe. I feel like really altered appearance for court so that wouldn't be recognized. Because when's the last time she testified? 2023. So it would have been 2 years in a different state. I don't know. Yeah, I know she, yeah, super Cindy Sue 4. I know she has curly hair. I mean, I have kind of, my hair's not that curly, but when I've seen her hair somewhat curly, it hadn't been like that. Of course, I mean, hair changes as we age, so who knows? It's kind of crazy. Okay, you know what? I think we're just going to jump right to the verdict on this case because if not, it's going to linger. And then we'll have to do another one that has the sentencing. But let's just watch a verdict. How's that sound? Yeah, I have seen that, the family pic. Yeah. I don't know. Look, I blow out my hair and flat iron my hair, and either you've got to be 100% with it or you can't attempt it at all. That's just that's the rule of thumb with naturally wavy hair. Okay. Let's just watch the verdict in this Jessy case. I do think there's something to a disguise, John.
8 p.m. we were notified that the jury had reached their verdicts.
Okay, so the jury deliberated for 10 hours and 48 minutes.
Without anything else, then I'll have them brought out. Please rise.
Oh yeah, she knows she's done. Okay, her mom's behind her in the poncho, the cream sweater fringe thing. Did anybody watch the Tracy Grist trial? I was so pissed. They didn't have the front of her face. It was the worst. I think that's why it was hard for me to watch that trial because the camera angle was so bad. And the judge just looked like he was up on manning a spaceship. Right.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Madam Foreperson, has the jury reached their verdicts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please hand them to Jennifer and she'll hand them to me.
Oh, real quickly, if y'all watch that video I released today, like the premiere, whatever, the 2 hours where I clipped all the different verdicts. It was interesting in the first trials, they were calling jurors by their last names, like Miss, Smith, Miss Jones, Mr. Jones. I would not be happy with that. I mean, I know it's just their last name and we don't see their face, but now they don't do that. They call them by the juror number.
First, verify that there are 3 signed and 3 unsigned.
Jessy, was it worth it? Kohl's and JCPenney.
Right, I have confirmed there are 3 signed and 3 unsigned verdicts. I will read as to each count. We, the jury, find the defendant, Jessy R. Kurczewski, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information. Signed by the foreperson, juror number 24, and dated today's date, the 14th of November, 2023.
Look at her mom. 0 emotion. It is literally like Corey Richards' mom on the police cam.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Jessy R. Kurczewski, guilty of theft of movable property as charged in count 2 of the information. Signed and dated by the foreperson, juror number 24, this 14th day of November, 2023. As to the special verdict questions, if you find the defendant guilty, answer the following question. Was the property stolen more than $100,000? Answer, no. Was the property stolen more than $10,000? Answer, yes. No other amounts were answered. We, the jury, find the defendant, Jessy R. Kurczewski, guilty of theft of movable property as charged in count 3 of the information, signed by the foreperson, dated today's date, the 14th day of November, 2023. Was the property stolen more than $100,000? Answered, no. Was the property stolen more than $10,000? Answer, yes. No other special verdicts questions answered. Is there any request regarding polling the jury from the state?
No, thank you.
From the defense?
Yes.
All right, then I know we have our alternates, so these will not apply to you. I will go through just by number, and I will ask each juror in turn, when you hear your number, just to stand. I will ask you the verdicts that were read in court. Were they and are they your what happened in the jury room? But you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or answer any questions about it. On behalf of myself, my colleagues, on behalf of the state and the defense, we thank you for the time and attention that you gave during this trial and for reaching your verdicts. You are now excused. I will be back there shortly just to meet.
I like it as soon as the verdict is announced that like they're over there slapping the cuffs on.
With you briefly, all rise for the jury, please.
Look at her. She's got her fist made on her hand. Imagine they find you
Here are the
guilty.
instructions.
Please stand to honor them.
And I was gonna wait till the door closes, but we're good?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, there you go. All right, any requests at this time from the state?
The state would request entry of judgment on the verdicts.
Anything from the defense?
We'll reserve any argument for later.
All right, thank you. Court will enter judgments of convictions as to all 3 counts. I will revoke bond at this time, given the convictions, and then we'll look at.
Oh, revoke bond? I didn't know she was out on bond.
At our calendars to schedule sentencing. Any request for a pre-sentence investigation?
No, not from the state.
You'll be able to provide me with all of her correctional experience that normally would be in there?
Yes.
All right, how about from the state, from the defense?
Do you want a PSI?
They're like, what do we do?
No, we don't care for one. No, thank you.
We don't care.
All right, thank you then. any specific requests as it relates to timing for sentencing and when the state and the defense can be available and ready.
Miss Kurczewski or whatever, control yourself.
Attorney Kukler, I know we were chatting off the record about your upcoming trials calendar and some personal things. I certainly can get this in before yet in November.
I'm looking at the first week of December if the court would have that available.
The first full week or the first? I know I have the first in the afternoon available.
At the 5th, the 6th. You're saying December 1st?
I would have the 7th. I have one final pretrial at 2. I can either move that or we can schedule it to start at 2:30.
On the 7th?
Yes, if that works for the state.
It works for me. Let's see how it works for others.
December 7th works for the state and victim.
Yeah, Ruth Ann. Boohoo, Jesse. Did you really think you're going to get away with it? I guess she did.
What time will that be at? On the 7th?
So I'm going to direct Madam Clerk to reschedule that 2 o'clock hearing that I have. And we'll start at 1:30. So I have the full afternoon, okay?
Okay.
Fletcher. Yeah. Jesse's crying because she got caught. Absolutely.
If there are any requests of family members of either side who would like to appear and make a statement by Zoom, I certainly would allow that, or anyone else that you think is appropriate. I would just ask that you make that request no later than Friday, December 1st, so that I can approve of that. Otherwise, I presume that it will be live streamed by one of our media outlets and covered that way.
Understood.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess.
Watch her haul it away. I hate this when they don't show them. Oh, look at her. There is no sound, by the way. Yeah, you're right, John. Corey knew, kept it together. This idiot wasn't prepared. Wow. She's like, I can't believe that the deputy, oh, I guess they have to give them time to talk to their attorney. Legal notepad, putting in the work. Yeah, for all us lip readers. Make a hot judges calendar. If so, oh, look at her mom storming out. Yeah, Judge Dorow, I mean, she's gorgeous. I would want to sit there and see her get cuffed and taken away. I mean, remember how fast they whisked Donna off? Yeah, there was drama. Well, oh yeah, look at her. I wish they could just tase her right there. Oh boy, the belly chain. That's hysterical. Having a hot judge sentence your case has to be extra punishment. Yeah. It's kind of crazy they put the belly chain and all this on them because they're just going to go back there and then change. I mean, I understand it's all security, but oh, she had a high bond of 1 million. Oh, they're putting the shackles on her. There's no one left in the courtroom. Everybody left. That's the most emotion we've seen out of her. There she goes. Okay, then. This is just like
AMASKELL.
we're not gonna watch the whole sentencing because I know we're kind of over it at this point, but I do want to hear these. It's just like 6 minutes. Oh, interesting, Rebecca.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I would start by like to thank the jury for reaching the right decision in this case. It was a very tragic case, and Lynn deserved that outcome. I would also like to thank all the law enforcement, detectives, police, local police, and all the attorneys for all their hard work and everybody that helped with this tragic case over the years. Thank you. I would also like to thank you, Judge Dorow, for getting this case moving and keeping it moving. Thank you, Your Honor. One last thing we'd like to know is where's Lynn's ashes at? We would like Lynn back.
Oh yeah, that was so sad. So Jessy kept the cremains and they ordered them to be returned. Wasn't it in a pretrial hearing or maybe that's wild. And who is this guy? He didn't introduce himself.
Nobody seems to know where Lynn's ashes or remains are. So we've been looking for those and we would like those back so we can give Lynn a decent burial.
Mm.
Your Honor, excuse me. Excuse me 1 second. Can't see without my glasses. Your Honor, Jessy cruelly murdered my friend Lynn Hernan. I would like the court to sentence Jessy to life in prison with no chance of parole ever. If Wisconsin had the death penalty, I would be asking you for that. Your Honor, Lynn was a kind, caring, giving person. She had a heart of gold. She would help anyone at any time. Lynn was a real sweetheart. She had the looks. She was a very beautiful lady. She had the grace and style. She was a real class act. She loved the outdoors, the sunshine, the beaches, going out on the lakes, the wave runners, or on the pontoon boat. She was also a great cook, and anyone that knew her loved her cooking and her baking. She was also an awesome beautician. Lynn was a lady that always had to look her best, and she always wanted her customers to look their best also. Lynn was also an animal lover. She had a few cats and dogs over the years, and we believe that Jessy also had those put to sleep. I believe Jessy is pure evil. Your Honor, Lynn did nothing wrong. She inherited money from her parents so that she had money to live on or live out the rest of her life. But Jessy had other plans. She looked up online on how to kill somebody and not get caught. I believe Jessy started poisoning Lynn in 2016 and stealing Lynn's money and her property. Jessy poisoned Lynn like she was a rodent.
Yeah, I know. Here for today, killed the pets. How do you go and just have them put to sleep? A vet wouldn't do that if they weren't sick, right?
Lynn was not a junkie or a coward. That would be Jessy. She continued to poison Lynn until she passed away October 3rd, 2018. The pain that Lynn must have been in for years. Jessy's pure evil. The devil lives inside her. She tried to steal Lynn's identity, which could never happen for the simple fact she's too damn ugly, inside and out.
Oh, this guy's awesome.
She's the worst of humanity. She's a useless human being. She's a known liar. She's a thief. And now she's a convicted murderer. Jessy, when you get to your new home, I hope you are taken advantage of and treated the way you treated Lynn and passed around like a used piece of meat. Life in prison without parole is the least of your worries. To cheat a woman in women's prison is going to feel like a Holiday Inn compared to where you are headed. The devil awaits you. I hope you rot in hell. Lynn Hernan is an angel in heaven. May you rest in peace, Lynn. You're dearly missed and always will be. I'm so very sorry. God bless.
Thank you.
I mean, I love that. I hope you rot in hell. God bless Lynn. That was awesome.
Your Honor.
Dear Jesse, we write this letter with the hope you are in a state of reflection and introspection. We write to you under circumstances neither of us could have imagined, circumstances that have altered the course of all of our lives.
I think this was the nephew that was supposed to be left the money, I believe.
In profound and irreversible ways. We want to start by expressing the depth of the pain and loss we have experienced since the tragic events that unfolded. The void left by the absence of Auntie Linny, our close friend, is immense and unfathomable. Her laughter, her kindness, her presence, these are now memories we cling to amidst the darkness of grief. The pain of Lynn's absence is not solely ours to bear. It echoes through the lives of her friends and all those who were touched by her warmth and generosity throughout her life, whether it be during the holidays or on a random afternoon or evening for an appetizer and drink. We are not writing out of vengeance, but rather out of the need for understanding, closure, and perhaps even healing. I implore you to acknowledge the gravity of your actions and the irreparable harm that you have inflicted upon so many lives. Incarceration offers an opportunity for reflection, redemption, and rehabilitation. I urge you to use this opportunity to confront the demons that led you down this dark path and to emerge from this ordeal as a better, more compassionate human being. We also want to take this opportunity to share with you the humanity of Auntie Linny. She was more than just a statistic, more than just a name in a news headline. She was a beloved friend, a cherished family member, a bright light extinguished far too soon. These are the most important things to be remembered about somebody who is deeply loved by many and taken out due to selfish greed. As you serve your sentence, I hope you reflect on the impact of your actions and find the strength to atone for them and stop your life of deceit and lies. I hope you know your charade is up and that you will never fool anyone again. In closing, we want to express sincere hope for healing for myself, my mom, my dad, Keith and Diana, Jim, and for all of Lynn's loved ones, and even for you, as I do know Lynn never knew it would be someone who became so close to her that would slay her. May we all find the courage to confront our pain, the wisdom to seek forgiveness, and the compassion to embrace the possibility of redemption, with hope for a better tomorrow, the Poses and family.
And for the record, that was Anthony.
Yeah, that was Anthony.
My name's James Kelleher.
Thank you.
Jamaskelliher.
Okay, James Keller. I don't know if he was her friend or what. Okay, I'm just going to
Before I pronounce sentence, though, I do want to go through some of the remarks that were made here today. And
I know I'm jumping around. I just want to hear a little bit from her. And I won't play this whole thing.
My impressions of this case, this trial.
Oh my gosh,
and the
Rebecca,
jury's verdict.
bringing us the breaking news on Trump. The shooter was a teacher of the year in California.
Not commenting on their verdict, but we're here today, first and foremost, because there were 3 jury verdicts in this case, 3 guilty verdicts, 1 for intentional homicide and 2 for theft. And that, of course, was the culmination of a case that was initially filed in June of 2021. Of course, not the start of the investigation, not the start of legal problems for the defendant. I'm well aware that ultimately in 2019, you were revoked in part due to allegations related to these charges. And it was basically upon your discharge the day before that this case was filed. Now, from my perspective, not only was this a very unusual case due to the allegation of a poisoning by an over-the-counter substance found in Visine, it was unusual because of the amount of time that was put into the investigation. I don't think anyone watching this trial, sitting in this courtroom, or even watching, summaries of it, was surprised that in October of 2018, the death investigation, which was very normal, anytime someone was found deceased outside of a hospital setting, required a death investigation. I don't think anyone was surprised that initially people on scene thought it was a suicide. That's the call that came in. That's how really the scene looked. I think it was Detective Loberg who said there were no signs of forced entry. He looked outside, he looked inside. There wasn't anything to suggest any type of external trauma. He'd been on overdose cases in the past. You know, there weren't any syringes found or anything like that, but there were the crushed pills and some other things. And I think that scene was made to look a certain way for a reason. On the one hand, the defendant wants us to believe that this is all a big mistake, that this was a suicide in a way for a reason. On the one hand, the defendant wants us to believe that this is all a big mistake, that this was a suicide. And of course, the state presented a case to a jury with a lot of evidence, and a jury found that it was not a suicide. And I'll be more specific. They were not asked to determine whether it was suicide. They were asked to determine whether it was a homicide. And of course, if a jury believed it were a suicide, they would have found you not guilty. That would have been their reasonable doubt. But that's not what they did. But that investigation, like any investigation into a death, doesn't happen overnight. Doesn't happen in a vacuum. Samples are taken from the body, and those samples are ultimately tested. What I think is really interesting for me is that somewhere along the way, a very astute scientist thought it was important enough to ask NMS Labs, that's I'm sure one of their scientists, to include in their expanded panel tetrahydrozoline, an over-the-counter, well, a drug found in over-the-counter medication. I don't want to say it was a trend, but I know when listening to the testimony of Dr. Kacinko, she said one of her responsibilities was to look for trends in drugs. And even when we listened and heard Dr. B testify, she talked about how while this may have been the first poisoning she had seen through tetrahydrozoline, it was not the first time she was faced with looking at something novel or new as part of her job. I mean, scientists do this all the time. They take known information, known data, known research, and when faced with something not seen before, they render opinions, they extrapolate. That's how medicine grows and advances are made, whether it be by pathologists who are medical examiners or cancer researcher. And if you kind of flip it around and think about cancer research, we would praise someone for that type of work. And so unbeknownst to everyone in this courtroom, in 2018, tetrahydrozoline was not something we expected to find. It was not something any of these detectives knew was even going to be screened for. It was not something the medical examiner knew to screen for. And I do believe it was something you, Ms. Kurczewski, banked on no one testing for. As you know, I sat through this entire trial, and not just this trial, but obviously the entire case, presiding over a variety of motion hearings, including the Daubert motions, where I heard from a couple of the experts and made some rulings. And I know you take issue with a lot of my rulings, and I will gladly challenge those. You can challenge those on appeal. I'm one person sitting up here doing the best that I can, given the law and the facts that are before me. And if whether it's 3 individuals on the Court of Appeals, if that's appropriate, or all the way up to the Supreme Court wants to review and tell me I got it wrong, I am human, but I don't think I got it wrong in this case. You may not agree with the decisions that I made, but let me tell you, I did my utmost to ensure that you had a fair trial. Every step along the way, wanting to make sure if I delayed something, you were okay with it, because I knew, because you made it abundantly clear, you were waiting for your day in court. And you and I had a number of colloquies or conversations in this courtroom or other courtrooms about the delays. Because honestly, I want to make sure that any trial, especially a homicide trial, is done right the first time. It's of no benefit to anyone if convictions get reversed on appeal. It happens sometimes. There's advances or new evidence or whatever the case may be. You complain, for example, about my protective order. And I think little do you realize, not only did I put that in place for the integrity of these proceedings, it was put in place to protect you. See, I've sat in the shoes of Attorney Jones. I didn't like when there were surprises. As an attorney, as a defense attorney, I wanted to control the narrative as best as I could to protect my client. and his or her rights. Now, when I was on the other side, in the state's table or at the state's table, I used to train police officers on confessions. I love confessions. Why do I love confessions? Makes my job easier as a prosecutor. So I have this unique ability that really not a lot of judges have to look at both sides, and now really the third side as a judge, and kind of see what's going on. And so every time you make an extra statement, you complicate things for your defense team. That's your right to do it. But I wasn't going to have that happen until this case. I didn't want to have extrajudicial statements, meaning outside a court trial, or in this case, a sentencing as well, that could impugn the integrity of these proceedings. It's not good for you. It's not good for the case. I want to make sure we have a jury that's fair and impartial. And in this particular case, there were extra steps taken because of the interest. You may not have, I guess, liked, I'm gathering from your statements here today, that there were cameras in the courtroom and that this was on court TV and law and crime and other things. But here's the thing. I learned during and following the pandemic, when we shut down courts, or at least limited them to a great degree, what I learned is I started doing live streaming because that was a way for people to still be engaged, to watch what's going on, to keep our courts open and operating during a time of uncertainty. People were.
I love this woman. I was just reading about her. So as a child, she dreamed of being a news anchor.
Very interested. The court system and the legal system is critiqued and criticized all the time for not being transparent. So by having cameras in the courtroom, when there is that interest, I believe it fosters transparency. It's not about sensationalizing this. I did a very, very extensive trial order on that to make sure that didn't happen. You're not wrong that there's an interest and that people do different things with that interest. We are seeing trials televised more and more. People are fascinated with the legal system.
Yeah, we can, Jessy does like a 2-hour statement. I just wanted to get a little taste of it all. I don't want to watch it all tonight because I don't know. Y'all are making me want to go drink, but I'm not going to because it's too late now. Let me find. Let me find Jesse's statement.
Thinking.
I know, like she
names
Attached also is
this is her mom. Is this not Corey Richards' mom?
some additional pages that she had added. And I have seen the picture. Lynn was released from prison.
Here's
opinions. Now, I didn't do the trial. I didn't live the trial, but
so she lost her other attorneys and had to get these people or this new attorney.
I've been able to look through both
After Lynn died.
Again, that obviously doesn't allow her to be released in 20 years, and the court knows that. But I think it just behooves us to not throw away somebody's life and not say, hey, in 20 years, let's evaluate where we're at, see what, if any, danger she might have posed to the community. She would have obviously had been punished and have some specific and general deterrence. What programming has she been able to engage in? What has she been able to do to move forward and improve herself in that time frame? And then should we allow her back into society? I think to strip the process of that review is just going too far in this case, and I'd ask the court not to do that. So I will leave my comments with that, Judge, that I believe that you should allow a review of probation or parole after 20 years of confinement, which would happen by my calculations in 2022. Strike that, 2042, and I think that would be the appropriate sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kurczewski, this is your opportunity to address the court. What, if anything, would you like to say?
There's a lot I want to say here today. I took the time to write it so I don't forget anything. Please
Do
bear
me a
with
favor, read slow.
Please
So
bear
the court
with me.
reporter gets everything, okay?
Please bear with me because this will take a lot of time, but there is a lot I need to say. Before I read what I wrote, I want to go backward for a moment and share some of Lynn's words. Days after Lynn died, I found a large envelope full of letters all from Lynn, 10 in total written to my mom, Jenny, Anthony, Corrine, Jim, Judy, Jean, Keith, Lisa, Scott, and I, all dated between September 3rd through the 16th, 2018. These letters contain personal things as well as things I have never known. These letters were admitted and published to the jury and briefly mentioned during sentencing, at which time some called them goodbye letters and others said suicide letters. But nothing was read from them or shared, and as I sit here today, I want to be able to share two of hers before my own. The first is what she wrote to me, that was Defense Exhibit 506, starting with page 18. Jesse, I love you as if you were my own child. There is so much you don't know, so much most people would not understand about me. I have concealed so many secrets that the guilt is too much to carry any longer. My dad was my world, and when he died, a part of me died with him. Life wasn't what it once was. My loss turned to depression that was a daily struggle inside me, to where I tried to numb the pain with drinking combined with my prescriptions to forget life. Times used to be much simpler than today. Madison is where I was raised and where I had called home until I was kicked out of town. My dad has never been so disappointed in me as he was that day. He eventually forgave me, but not my mother. I was forever a disappointment in her eyes, and she never let me forget it. Back then, I first got into heavy drugs, and for that, I needed money. A friend and I began getting high and robbing homes. We mostly stole checks to obtain money. Remember years back when you went to prison for stealing from your mom and grandma? I was so disappointed in your behavior because I stole from strangers, not family. As I said, times were different back then. My punishment was that I had to leave Madison, my home. My mistakes have cost me my whole life. I have done the same things over and over for so long, looking for a different outcome. In the end, it is just a slow walk to the bitter, sad truth of regret that weighs heavily on me, where I foresee no future left. As much as I have tried to move forward with my personal demons, like to come trampling into my dreams of fear, loneliness, despair, and death. Upon leaving Madison, I became only more heavily involved in drugs. I have tried every drug, my favorite heroin. It was such a push. I'm so proud you never seemed interested in
So is that where all the money was going? To heroin?
drugs. Don't start now. The drugs today scare me. Too many people experimenting with people's lives. For me, it was all about drugs and money, how to get more of both and not get caught. I have spent years trying to figure that out. Twice I was close to robbing a bank. I used to watch a bank in McGuanago for so long I actually thought I could pull it off, but never moved forward in my plans. Later, going to prison myself was a wake-up call until I found out my dad died and I couldn't go to the funeral. I snapped. Everything changed. Doubt, speculation, confusion. Sure, I filled the voids best I could, looking for any
Yeah, so this is her second time to go to prison. She already went once.
way to avoid the inevitable. But no matter what I did, my dad was still gone and I was still in prison. Another failed mistake, and this time there was no goodbye. I withdrew, shut down. My anxiety was maxed. I was paranoid of everything and everyone. I had COs and inmates out to get me on a daily in prison, and no one believed or helped me. I was released as a different person. I never went back to my passion of hair. I drank myself into deep depression and began the drugs again when the prescription didn't seem to work. As you have heard, my mom and I were never close, like your mom and you. But like you, I was an only child, like you, so when my mom first started to need help and started to forget things, I was there. I began helping her and going up every couple of days. I thought she would be better with me. If anything, things were only worse and harder. She remembered enough to remind me I was a mistake. How my dad believed my lies and wasted money time and time again. And how my father went to an early grave because of my incarceration. It was hard on me and I was conflicted because my duty was to care for her, but it was emotionally tough on me. Over time, I got a better understanding of my parents' finances and which truth was why I continued to help when I didn't want to. In my eyes, we were both failures, her as a mother and me as a daughter. I ultimately couldn't be around her anymore, listening to her accusations of me stealing from her. She kept threatening to change her will, and I was not going to lose the money I felt entitled to. I don't really know where our relationship went wrong, but in the end, I said and did things I can't take back. I live with it every day, and it haunts me. I had no right. I was raised better than this, and I am now taking full responsibility as I should have years ago. I spend every day with regret, worry, and dread. I have not told a soul the truth until now, although KD did figure out some while we were high together. I'll explain more on that later. I have been afraid daily of being arrested for her death. I cannot go back to prison. I lied to everyone about everything for so long to oblige my own selfishness. I tried to build up the courage to confide in your mom or you so many times, but I couldn't put that on either of you. My mom was sick and dying. I helped her along 2 days before she died. I spiked her hot tea with water and 12 bottles of Izine. I saw a TV show where a girlfriend tried to kill her boyfriend, that there's a chemical in it that's deadly.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is she now confessing to everything? Did she just say she spiked her tea with 12 bottles? Whoa.
Boyfriend didn't die. She was charged. My mom was never my dad, but what I did was wrong. I believe all of my ailments of sickness sense is payback for all of my wrongs I have done in life. I was senile to believe I could do something like this without consequences. Do you remember after her death, your mom came up to help me pack up the house? I couldn't be there alone, and she woke up to me destroying the basement. My mom came to me that night, and it scared the shit out of me to where I never slept the same again. I drink with too many prescriptions to numb the pain until I would black out, for the weight of my wrongs is heavy, way too heavy to deal with. I sit in misery and self-pity reflecting on my life, for I have helped, borrowed, and gave everyone, trying to build forgiveness for my actions. I thought I would be happy having more money, bought the condo, sold my parents' home, closed my mom's estate. This condo was a huge mistake. I hate it here. The neighbors are not friendly. One admitted he thought I was a drug dealer. Do not keep this condo. Sell it and take the money and run. Had it not been for the rambling to KD.
Oh, she's claiming this letter she's reading is one that Lynn wrote. This is okay. That is disgusting. This is as bad as the Melody Ferris when she was telling the judge it was her son.
I would have had the money to get out here, maybe even get the side-by-side with your mom. The aftermath of my breakdown with Katie was my next nightmare. He was the one person who knew enough about my.
This is really a true sociopath. And Super Cindy Sue, I have totally botched this live tonight because I've jumped around. It's the shooting of the president, and it just wasn't, or attempted shooting. It was not good. So it's my fault. We're all confused, but I'm sorry.
Mom's death and my hand I played in it. He blackmailed me for almost a year and was terrified. I was terrified with anxiety. Do I keep paying him for his silence? Remember all those checks I wrote you? That was why. He tapped me out a large chunk of my inheritance, but kept me from prison. Never, never tell your secrets to your drug dealer, ever. Afterward, it ruined all my plans. I had planned on my saving grace was when Katie overdosed and died, before I was broke. That's when I became obsessed with trying to build my nest egg back up. I cheated the system any way I could. My credit has never been better thanks to a new life of money. I got every credit card I wish I could with limits I never had, lines of credit and loans. My plan was always to max out debt before I die and live it up. I learned with my mom's estate by attorney Bob Gonzalez that you only pay the creditors that file a claim. If they don't file or they are out of luck. Keep that in mind when you handle my estate. Jesse, listen to me when I say, use the new will. Anthony doesn't need the money. I want it to go to you. I have spent months lying to you about everything, and you deserve it.
I'm surprised that she didn't shut it down, but it's kind of, well, it's entertaining. But that judge is staring a hole through Jessy.
And so much more for putting up with me. I only wish I could do more. You are hard-headed like your mother, and if you still insist on Anthony being a part of the old will, then remember to try Anthony in the estate and see what he does. See if he helps you, see if he fights you on issues. Put an ad in the paper for the creditors, only pay the creditors that file a claim, give Anthony $10,000, $15,000, make accounting paperwork to match, showing the account, wait 2 to 4 months and decide and see what Anthony does or says. Then either correct paperwork or file by Anthony, have or do correct paperwork, file new will, removing him. Contact Bob with any help or issues. But word of advice, easier to submit new will. I know Keith, Jim, or Corrine will fight you every step of the way and might influence Anthony too. Do not let them walk all over you. I left you in charge because can handle it. I do not want Jim or Keith in the condo. I am not trying to control how you handle things. I just want to help and prepare you for them so they don't walk all over you. I have argued with you many times about my will. I know you always hated talking about it, but remember, I prepared everything so you wouldn't have the paperwork mess I had to deal with. I want you to live without the worry and stress because you and you alone have been here. When I've been at my worst, I've had enough money for a cushion for you, but to listen to me here. I know you don't want to upset anyone, Anthony, but that's not on you. I changed my will because I wanted to. It's my wishes. Jessy, I've cheated, lied, and stole my whole life, and for me, I would do it all over again the same way because I loved it. I don't want that for you. I know you've grown past all that. I can see how happy you are and lovey-dovey with Scott. I hope one day you have a child.
Yeah, so she's claiming Lynn wrote all this to Jessy. So all of a sudden this turns up now post-conviction. Come on.
Child of your own because you are an amazing mom to his kids. I want to take my mom's antique charm bracelet to pass it on to your family. Kids were never in my cards. I had abortions because I wasn't ready. You are the closest to my own. I love you as if you were my own and hope you know that. You have been my rock. You are always here for me and you never complained. The reason I've told you things I never wanted you to know is because I don't ever want you to be like me. I have done so many things I am not proud of. Looking back, I should have been locked up for life. And that's half of why I can't do this anymore. I'm so sorry for the messes I have caused you along the way. The pain in your ass I have been, and all the lies I told you, and mostly for putting you in many uncomfortable positions for me. I am sorry I asked you to help me die. That look in your eyes when I asked was enough to know that it was a mistake to ask, and you would not help. I want your mom and you to be okay when I am gone. I have done all I could to help and take care of you both. There will be even a few more surprises before I am gone. Jessy, I am not proud of the mistakes. Lord knows I have more than I can bear anymore, but I am so proud of you. You were stupid young and had mistakes, and you turned your life around. You learned from it. I'm scared daily of the things I have done. I don't know what I did with that. I don't know what you did with that gun you took away from me. That was beyond stupid, but I hope you got rid of it. I don't need you getting in trouble because of me. Truth is, that was the second gun from both the same place a few weeks apart. I drilled the hole incorrectly in the first. Being a felon, buying that gun the way I did, I kept waiting for the police to show up. I am sorry about the lying and damage I have caused these past few months. I don't know how to make that right. I worry about your mom too. I wish she'd find a decent guy like you. Whatever you do, I know you will help your mom, and I want you to, but do not let her even know what you obtained when the estate is closed. Don't give her too much at once. I'm sure you know, just like I used to. I'm sure just like I used to worry about you.
Okay, so this letter was post-conviction, and it was treated as legitimate, incriminating document that the state used as evidence. The prosecutors then did an investigation into her handwriting and jail surveillance, which we'll show on the next time we do this, leading her defense attorneys to withdraw due to fraudulent content. During her April 2024 sentencing, Kurczewski tried to present a different letter, which she claimed belonged to the victim as proof of her innocence. That's what she's reading. The 37 pages described as a diabolical attempt at deception was not considered authentic evidence of innocence by the court. The letters were heavily scrutinized and regarded as an elaborate post-trial hoax rather than a legitimate exoneration. Wow.
When you first got out of prison, your mom isn't good with money. Remember that credit card I had for her for emergencies? She always racked it right up. None of us ever have been good with money, the more I think about it. I never had so much fun racking up my credit cards these past few months. I wanted to make sure you were out of debt and could build for your future. I am only sorry I lied about it to you with the cancer. I had reasons for all I did. I just didn't know at the time. I hope you understand and forgive me one day. Make sure you take the Swan ashtray from the bathroom and the old pinball game in the bottom dresser drawer. Throw away my drug stash, dining room hutch. My important papers are together and also my lockbox. Make sure you think about all I said. Anthony will take extra care of your mom. Remember the good days, not the bad. I love you, Jessy. Love, Lynn. September 16, 2018. Destroy this letter after reading. I don't want everyone to know the things I have done and told you. No good would come from it. The other I want to share is the last known letter Lynn wrote and was dated October 1st, 2018, and goes along with the tape recording she made.
But amazingly, this letter was written on paper only in the jail.
Which was buried in Whitnall Park. That was Defense Exhibit 506 starting on page 26. Jessy, I am sorry to leave you like this, and I am assuming you will be the one to find me. After all you have done for me, all the times you have saved my life, I know if it wasn't for you, I would have been dead months ago. You have been my rock. You're stronger than anyone I know, and
This girl's like cuckoo, like Sarah Boone, like bad.
I know, and now I need you to take care of your mom for me. I know you did all you could to keep me alive as long as you could. I no longer recognize myself. I am sick of being sick, complaining about being sick, and just sick of it all. I want to be free from the pain, and this is my time. I love you and your mom very much. Take care of each other. I am following the yellow brick road to see my dad. Jessy, stop listening to this tape and put it safe and hid it. I, Lynn Hernan, being of sound mind and body, want to state I record this statement of record today, Sunday, October 1st, 2018. I have been sick long enough, seen enough doctors to know that I will never be the same, and I no longer want to live my life as it is. I have done things that I cannot take back. I took a life that I had no right to do. I am choosing on my own free will and my own time frame to take my own life. I have tried more options than most would know, from purchasing a gun, overuse of medications, to poisons. I assumed poison would be the fastest and easiest. Little did I know it would be just as hard. Visine is one I stumbled across prior and tried without success, but ended up using it. Now for almost 3 months, the way it makes me feel is something undescribable.
Even her attorney is disgusted. He's sitting there like, this is a really bad idea.
My body is numb. I feel no pain from my constant pain, and it makes me tired where I sleep a kind of sleep I haven't experienced in years. I became quite fond of it. It was a new medication to me. I enjoy my medications, and now Visine has become one of them. At first I was drinking a bottle almost daily, mixed in my water or vodka, then increased over time. I was purchasing Visine on my own for over a month until I could no longer drive or shop. I did stock up on it and had my caretaker, Jessy, did not know what I was doing with the Visine until recent. Jessy is one person in the whole world who knows everything I went through and out except my mother's death. Seen all the good and bad. She has been there when I fell in the middle of the night, shit on myself or puked and came to clean it up. She caught me in the act of trying to take my own life. She has seen me at my worst and there regardless. I owe her everything for all she has done. Her mother, my best friend, and Jessy are my only family left and mean more than I know. I did the unthinkable to Jessy and it ruined her. For months I lied to her and I had her lie to everyone in the process. It destroyed her. She knew I was suicidal, but I told her I was sick and dying from colon cancer. I didn't want to see people or talk to them, so I had Jessy lie to everyone. I didn't want anyone to know. Truth was I was sick with colon cancer. Truth was I wasn't sick with colon cancer or dying. One afternoon, Jessy came to check on me, as her usual, caught me unexpectedly while I had a gun to my head. She screamed at me crying that when I came clean with her about not having cancer and lying. I lied to her because she was so concerned about being suicidal that saying I was sick was easier to do. I never seen her so hurt. Saying I was sick was, I'd never seen her so hurt, and she lied to everyone. She knew and didn't know what to do now. She told me that I was either going to get help or go to the hospital, and she was calling the cops. I let her take me to the hospital the next morning where they admitted me, and I stayed for weeks. I wanted to get better for her, but deep down my decision was made long ago. I cannot go on anymore. My mom's death haunts me daily. I tried to take my life twice while in the hospital. I had a camera put in my room. After arriving home from the hospital, Jessy stayed the weekend, and per my discharge, I was to get in home care that week. I had planned on different ideas, but Jessy did not leave me alone, ending the weekend. Came and went, and now it's Sunday morning. I took all of my remaining Visine bottles and put them into my last water bottles. I have stashed Visine for months and been emptying over time to the water wells. I now have 3 bottles filled with only Visine, over 30 bottles, and will start drinking those tomorrow along with my medications. I am hoping that by drinking an extreme amount, this will work as planned. I am choosing this on my own terms and how I see fit. No one played any part in this decision or acted in it.
I mean, this letter is like trying to also say everything that Jessy was accused of. It's so obviously it is fake. Yes, this is the same judge as Daryl Brooks, the guy who represented himself, the parade driver, and he had all the boxes like barricading him, and then they would ban him to another courtroom. She was awesome.
I have chose to drink Visine to end my life. Look into my mother's death to better understand. I came into this world fighting like hell and lived a good life, and I am going out of this world on my own terms. Soon I will see my dad again. I would like it known that Jessy and Jenny are in charge of my final wishes. They know where the paperwork is and what to do. I want to make sure it is known in case she doesn't listen, because she didn't want any issues. I changed my will in July 2018 to remove Anthony and Corinne Poza, along with a letter as to why. They haven't been my friends or hear from me. Do not let them, but keep their nosy asses out of my shit. I want to thank Jean for all of her help. Judy, I am sorry. I know you strongly disagree with suicide. Keith, I love you as a brother, but do not want you to obtain the bracelet that matches your necklace. I helped you and gave you your gift prior. That was between us. Jim, I don't want you to get a thing of mine, and I don't want you or any of you in my condo. I made a list of items for you in the last year with others. To date, you owe me a ton of money. That list is now null and void. Fuck you all. None of you gave a damn about me, and it was about what I could do for you, or no contact at all. Jenny and Jessy, I am sorry for everything. I hope you know I will no longer be in pain and be with my dad watching The Wizard of Oz. There is no place like home. Sorry, most of this is terrible to read, and I made a tape after I wrote it. Lynn, I sent your mom a rent payment and car payment. You will also relieve a check to buy until the estate is settled. 2 days later, on October 3rd, 2018, I was with her in the morning. I left to run some errands and to return later in the day to find her dead and life forever changed in that instant. I will fill in some gaps shortly, but I want to fast forward 9 months to July 9th, 2019, where I was arrested and have been in custody ever since. I was first revoked and sent to prison for almost 2 years on decade-old forgery charges for assisting in her suicide. On June 4th, 2021, the day before I was to release from prison, I was charged with first-degree intentional homicide and thefts. I was transferred to Waukesha County Jail, where I have remained incarcerated 2.5 years on $1 million bail awaiting trial. It has now been over 5 years since her death, and some days it feels like yesterday, others it's as if all time stopped, or others I feel as though I've been locked up forever, screaming and fighting, while nobody is listening or doing anything in this reoccurring nightmare, only to wake up and realize it is my life. Early on, I was silenced by a protective order, meaning I wasn't allowed to speak out. Then I chose, after many conversations with my attorneys, not to take the stand, which I deeply regret. It was a huge mistake in my eyes. I went against what I have always said and believed for people who are innocent when I didn't testify. Due to us not understanding, my mother was not able to take the stand because we were talking daily about all that was happening during trial, which nobody got to know. I sat here every day during my trial listening while everyone talked about Lynn, my mom, and I, like they knew us, and I bit my tongue, which is extremely difficult. And today, as I sit here at my own sentencing, again, I have listened to everyone else talk, and now it is time to do what I want, what I need to do, and what I should have done long ago. It is time to speak out. There is a time for everything, a time to be silent, as I was, and a time to speak, as I am now. I want it. I know it doesn't matter what I say here today. It won't change my conviction or what you already decided for my sentence or what people may think of me, but these things I need to share and say because there was and is so much to this case. First, though, before I forget, I want to take the time to thank the jurors, the witnesses, court officials, from reporters, clerks, deputies, everyone and anyone involved in this case for their time, as it was very consuming. I also want to thank all of the attorneys I have had and you, Judge Dorow. I have waited years for this trial and the truth to be known, but they got it wrong because nobody got to hear even half of what really happened. Nobody got to know the real story or even the real us for that matter. Everyone on the state side gave the jury and everyone else who didn't know us preconceived notions of what our relationship was with Lynn. And the truth is they didn't know her and they didn't know us to know any of that. Lynn was our family. Lynn was my mom's best friend. She was who my mom called for anything and everything. For me, at times, Lynn was a second mom, or Aunt Linny, or sometimes my best friend. She was all in one. At times, we were closer than I was with my own mom and some of my own family. Sometimes I went to her before my mom or for things I couldn't or didn't want to go to my mom for. I want you to actually get to know who Lynn was as a person, the Lynn that I knew, the Lynn I grew up knowing. You'd find her out in the water, lake, pond, or pool. It didn't matter. She'd be soaking up the sun, tanning on a floaty, or in a paddle boat with her sunglasses on her head, a cocktail in hand. A usual favorite was vodka with a splash of Coke. And I can't forget she'd have a cool cigarette lit in the other. She was a big smoker, smoking up to 3 packs a day. She'd put one out within minutes, lighting another. She was all about her appearance. Bleach blonde hair with her bangs curled 2 inches out, teased with so much hairspray.
Oh my God. This is awful. Bleach blonde, hairspray. Unbelievable.
Wouldn't move. She'd be tan, finger and toenails all painted, mostly neon bright colors. She wouldn't go anywhere without her lipstick on or high heel heels until she could no longer wear them. And lots of jewelry, big hoop earrings, rings, bracelets down both arms, and necklaces, mostly costume jewelry or family pieces passed down. She came on field trips, school field trips as Auntie Lynn with bags of candy. Everyone loved her. She loved to dye my hair, one color to the next, dress me up. I remember when I was younger, I would sometimes stay by her at night when my mom would work third shift. We'd watch MTV videos while eating snacks. When I came home from my dad's in Florida one year with lice, after my mom tried everything and couldn't get rid of them, ready to shave my long hair, as I sat crying, she called Lynn the beautician for advice and venting. She recommended kerosene, said it would hurt and burn, but they would be gone. She was right on all of those. In middle school, when I was having issues with some of the older girls, they came to my apartment looking for me, but she was there, waiting for them. She was tired of the school not handling the problem, so she took it into her own hands and scared the crap out of them. Or when I was older, or when or when she moved as I got older. Friends and I would go over by her place after Skate U because she lived within walking distance. She was the cool aunt to hang out with. She would come to the campground by my mom and I where we would camp for drinks and bonfires, but leave at the end of the night because she wasn't a camper. She wanted her bed and a bathroom. My high school boyfriend and I would go out to her lake house on the weekends for swimming. She first taught me to drive, or should I say tried. She had a little red Fiaro, but we gave up laughing because I couldn't figure out stick shift. She was really teaching me to drive long before I was age. So when we went out to eat or to the bars around her old place on Lake Phantom, I could drive us back home because she would have a few too many. She took me to Planned Parenthood to get on birth control without my mom knowing for a whole year. She threw my high school graduation party at her lake house. My whole family came. She was so excited. She loved being the host of all hosts for any get-together. She was known for cooking, appetizers, dips, Chex Mix, and so much more. She was a shopper. She had so much stuff, and she was always picking up more. She was a wheeler and dealer to get the best price. She loved going to Menards, Kohl's, Sally's, or even the dollar store. Those were just some of her favorites. My mom and her loved going to rummages on weekends. It was their thing. She loved shoes. She once had a pair that she liked. She would go back and get every color. Anytime she found something, whether it was clothing, decorations, anything, she'd always go back and get a second for my mom or I or others. My mom and her have had so many of the same boots, coats, decorations, plants, and more. We spent holidays and birthdays together as family, and she went all out. She would get so excited and kept pulling out more gifts hidden away. It was overboard. She was good at picking out things you needed, wanted, or you knew you would like. She loved going out to eat at her favorite restaurants or meeting at her usual bars for drinks. She loved being the beautician because she could make her own hours, working where and when she wanted. She never had a lot of money, but she was happy and did all she could for anyone.
I mean, this could be like the lowest of lows of anything I've ever seen like this. Super Cindy Sue. Yeah, this just tells me that this psychopath has been taking advantage of Lynn since she was a teenager. I agree. This is like super disturbing.
That was the Lynn before she went to prison for her 5th DUI, and it all changed.
Wait, 5th DUI?
While there, she lost her dad. She was not able to be there with him, say goodbye, or go to the funeral. It crushed her, broke her, and she was sad, angry, and depressed, and was put on medication. She came out a totally different Lynn than we ever knew or saw. The only one constant was her drinking before and after. That stayed the same. She drank a lot. Maybe if anything, it got worse after because she wasn't doing much outside her home. Even when she was on extended supervision, she drank. She had bottles hidden around her apartment, so when she had home visits with her agent, they wouldn't find them. I know this because even when I was there, at her apartment off of Sunset Drive in Waukesha, the first place she got after prison. Back then, I was even helping drive her around to doctor's appointments and other things. That was in 2016. Little known fact, people who knew Lynn knew she hated Waukesha. She was living there because she was on supervision. Later, after her mom died, she purchased a Pewaukee condo. Her realtor pushed reluctantly because it was on the edge of Waukesha. She chose it. She got disability and never went back to work. She didn't like being around people, and she withdrew. She became a hypochondriac, anxious, paranoid, insomniac, and would only leave the house at certain times. Her health changed, as did her attitude and appearance. She would call us at all times, talking for hours about nothing and everything, sometimes making no sense at all and completely drunk. She would sleep 2 to 4 hours and be wide awake, starting her day at 3, 4 a.m. outside, doing gardening or running errands, and home before 8, 9 in the morning, done for the day. Sometimes she would be drinking at all hours of the day and would be drunk by 8, 9, 10 a.m. Even her neighbor Jean testified. They had stopped regularly talking because of Lynn's drinking and an incident from when she was drunk. Another fact of Lynn, from the old apartment to the new condo, after some incidents there, she had also hid some of her alcohol bottles. If you remember, the deputy medical examiner testified about finding 2 bottles of vodka in the garbage. Lynn had 2 large garbage bins that she used for storage. They were never for garbage. She put towels, dishcloths, etc. in her vodka bottles, so they were out of sight. She used a plastic pick and save bag on the closet door handle as garbage and daily threw it in the large garbage bin in the garage. I also remember about 6 months or so before she had passed, I had went out to her condo with a friend whom she had never met. I was picking up a piece of furniture. We had went on a weekend morning, early, like 9, 10-ish, and she was drunk when we had got there. Offered us a drink and asked him if he had wanted some pills she didn't want. From her mom's death, she came into money. I never knew, nor was it my business, what she had got from her mother's estate. But due to this case, the money aspect, Lynn's letters, and her mother's death, I pushed my attorneys to look into it. According to the estate papers, her mother died without a will. The only heir was Lynn, leaving her as the sole beneficiary, which was odd because Lynn's letters state her mother was going to change her will to remove her. And then when the detective spoke to the cousin John, he stated another family member who was also an attorney handled the family's wills, yet he wasn't the one who handled her mom's estate. That leaves some more unanswered questions. Credit cards, and she felt realizing. Maybe that's what happened. I really don't know, but what
I really can't.
Nothing more, nothing less. But some of my rules and requirements were meant to make sure that nonetheless, things were fair and impartial. Fair and impartial doesn't mean you're going to agree with everything that I do. Fair and impartial doesn't mean you're going to agree with how a jury decides this case, how it's investigated, how it's presented. There's a lot of law on evidence. There's a lot of case law, volumes of it, on what comes in, what doesn't come in. Some of those rules impacted evidence coming into this case. Other things are beyond my control, whether the state chooses to offer something or not, or whether your own attorneys choose to offer something or not. But a courtroom isn't a free-for-all either. I do my very best to ensure that relevant evidence comes into the courtroom and reliable evidence. So I sat through this case, 16 days of trial from beginning to end, not including sentencing and any of the things that happened following the conviction. 36 witnesses. We had 4 expert witnesses, 2 pathologists, a pharmacologist, and then a toxicologist. And they heard a lot about tetrahydrozoline. What I learned about tetrahydrozoline is how it affects the human body. I had the criminal complaint, obviously, all throughout this case, but until a case goes through the trial process, I don't really know what all is going to come in. I have a good idea, but I didn't know the breadth or the depth of it. I didn't know, other than filings, for example, with the medical examiner and the Daubert motions, that's the first time I really got a lot of that information with substance. And a lot of times I don't even have that information until there's a trial. But what did I learn? What is tetrahydrozoline? I think at its simplest, it's a sedative, right? It's a substance that when used as approved for eye drops or nasal spray, it constricts, right? So it helps people breathe who have nasal congestion, and it helps with redness in the eyes. It is not approved for oral use. What do we know from the literature that's out there that predates this case? Some of it obviously coming in around or even after, is that there's really only 2 types of ingestions that are seen in the literature: accidental or malicious. No known literature about people dying from voluntarily ingesting it for a suicide. Why is that? Because that's a big question that I think needs to be answered. And that's because I think it's the last way anyone would ever commit suicide, because of how it affects the human body. It makes people sick. You weren't the first person to think about tetrahydrozoline. There have been movies and even Law and Order episodes, or an episode that I happened to see at one point, where there's some poisoning. We know from Henry Spiller, your own witness, he encouraged the FBI to look into it or get it on a list because of its use related to sexual assaults, that malicious ingestion, right? A poisoning. But like I said, at its core, it's a sedative. And how does it affect the system? During I think it was Ms. Kasinko's testimony, she talked about how when ingested, and obviously unknowingly, right? It's odorless, it's tasteless. You can give it to someone without them ever knowing it. It can reduce inhibitions. It creates, causes someone to be lethargic. It has a significant impact when in large amounts that shouldn't be in one system on, it's a CNS depressant, right? So ultimately it affects breathing and heart rate and brain functioning and can lead to death. After listening and seeing and reading through all the evidence, just like the jury did, and I don't know what they ultimately or why they ultimately concluded it's a homicide. They don't have to explain their verdict. They just render a verdict, all having to agree. But as I saw everything, I have to ask out loud. It's a rhetorical question, but were you poisoning Lynn Hernan all along, following your release from prison?
No.
I'm not asking for an answer. This is my time. So do not interrupt me. She got markedly sicker following your reinsertion in her life on a daily basis, ultimately ending up in the hospital in September of 2018. Unexplained. Couldn't figure out what was going on. But what do we know? She got better. What could not have been happening in the hospital? Someone poisoning her with THZ. Too much risk associated with that. Cameras, whatever it may be. And I think that gave you the green light. You said I went undetected because what I think was happening is that you were using it to control Lynn Hernan, to steal from her, to gain control of her accounts. And I think you targeted her. I agree with the state's assessment on that. The perfect victim. No children, no parents, they were deceased with a fair amount of money. Why do I say that? Well, your past matters. Your past convictions for forgery, uttering, and misappropriation of personal identifying information matter. Because I'm a big proponent and believer that the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. That's not to say people can't change. But we know you targeted people. And from my perspective, in a very aggravated way, because it's real easy to say, well, those convictions happened in 2011 and this didn't happen until 2018. But you were revoked once following being in prison for about a year. It was 1 year of initial confinement, 3 years of extended supervision on each of those counts. You get revoked so you're sentenced in 2011, you're released in 2012, you're revoked in 2014, you go back to prison, I think it was about 26 months or so. You're released again in February, late February of 2018. And it's shortly thereafter that these thefts start happening. And it's shortly thereafter that Lynn Hernan gets sicker and sicker. Now, I'm not sentencing you here today because I think you poisoned her all along. I'm sentencing you because a jury convicted you of a homicide based upon that. But I think it's important for everyone in this courtroom to know that's what I see. And that's what the evidence points to. Very planned, very deceitful. Maybe it wasn't your intent to kill Lynn Hernan. I don't know. Do I believe this was a suicide? Absolutely not. There's a lot of holes in the stories that you have told. I think you think you're smarter than everyone in this courtroom. All of your statements come after you get information that you now have to explain. Those letters, no way Lynn Hernan wrote those either herself or willingly. And I think that's supported by the thefts in this case. It's supported when you understand how tetrahydrozoline affects individuals. And that why do people choose it to assault someone? Because it can impair them. It can make them lethargic. It can make them lose their own inhibitions. It really, in those circumstances, with that malicious intent, is to control someone. I think the evidence points pretty squarely to that. I am not going to go through every single piece of evidence. I'm not going to go through every single witness. But it's important to really set the stage, so to speak, for why I believe not why I believe, but for how I'm going to sentence you here today. And really to respond to some of the things that you, your mom, and others have said on your behalf. You know, it is one thing to maintain your innocence. I support the jury system. I support people making the state prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what makes the system that we have in the United States so great. I'm not here to tell you it's perfect every step along the way. We're a system filled with human beings. But I don't see this as one of those cases where it's just an all out, let's get Jessy Kurczewski. There's no reason for anyone here to make anything up. You are the common denominator that brings all of us here today. It is your actions, not theirs. And it's not Lynn's. I find it interesting that you criticize people like Anthony Posa, Karine Posa, Jim Kelleher, and others for not knowing Lynn, for not getting her help, for, you know, you criticize them for saying, well, she wasn't suicidal. They didn't know her. They weren't close to her in the last year of her life. But ironically, you want us to believe all the statements that you've made, and yet you'll back off and say, but I wish I could have done more. I wish I would have seen more. I have these regrets because I didn't get her more help. I don't think you can hold those beliefs together. I think they're opposed to each other. I think it's a convenient position to take when you criticize them, and yet you can't go so far as to say, well, I saw it all. You have to stop short of that. Otherwise, you couldn't claim that you didn't know she was suicidal. And of course, we know that story changed over time. You are, I think, very upset over this thing about Whitnall Park. Here's the thing. You were in custody, okay? I don't know if it's very, very rare for police to take someone out of custody. But what they did was pretty amazing. They got you on what we call a FaceTime call, some type of video from their conference room at the jail to direct individuals. You want us to believe this evidence that exonerates you exists, and yet you had what? October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, up to July 8th, at any point in time to go get it, if it really existed. You had all the opportunity in the world to make sure, if that evidence existed, to secure it in a way that was accessible, not in the ground at a park. Doesn't make sense. Same thing really with the letters that happened to show up after Lynn died. When were those turned over? Again, rhetorical question. I even listened to how you talk about the will and the wills and how this whole test thing with Anthony. Here's the thing. The initial will that was submitted to Judge Maxwell was typewritten and witnessed by strangers at a bank. You want us to believe that Lynn Hernon changed her will and didn't follow the same procedure that she did for the will that was initially admitted into probate and what stood. By the way, a will can't be witnessed by the beneficiaries. Would never have worked. If she were that suicidal and making all of these plans to kill herself and change her will, Lynn Hernon was smart enough to know how to do it the right way, if in fact she was the one to do it. You have someone draft it, and you have neutral witnesses, like she did the first time. You go to a bank, you get it notarized. That's not what she did. There are
I would love to see this judge go off on Donna Adelson. It would have been amazing.
a lot of holes in your version of events. And here's the thing. I didn't get the ability, nor did the jury, to have your story tested for its veracity. You have the absolute right at a trial not to testify, and there are pros and cons to doing so. You claim to regret not testifying. But the jury didn't get to hear that. That was your choice. That's not on me. That's not on the state. That's on you. The other thing I want to comment on, you want us to believe that you and your mom were so close to Lynn Hernan, that you loved her and cared for her more than anybody else. And yet you unabashedly throw her under the bus and impugn her character with these wild stories. You want us to believe that she killed herself because she killed her mom in the same way that she was killed. And again, poisoning oneself with Visine drops would be the last way someone would commit suicide. It does not. There's no known literature support for tetrahydrozoline causing a state of euphoria and pain relief and sleep. I should rephrase that last one. Making someone fall asleep.
I love how Jesse's nodding, like agreeing, like, yep, you're right.
I suppose it could because of the effects as a CNS depressant, but the other effects on the digestive system and making one sick, again, no way. I think that's probably why the jury rejected, because perhaps they came to that same conclusion, that it just was not believable. Oh, the one other thing I wanted to comment on, because you referenced it as well, was the fact that you didn't review the restitution information. It's a pretty standard order that I get. It's a request for an order from the state due to victim rights legislation and the constitutional amendment to seal restitution information. But the order that I signed says that parties to the case are permitted access. You're a party to the case. Whether your attorney chose to give it to you or not, I don't know. I want to refocus this, because what we're here today is really about giving voice to the one person who cannot speak today, and that's Lynn Hernan. It's about honoring her life and punishing you as the person found legally responsible for her death. She cannot respond to any of the accusations that you and your mom have levied against her. She's gone. And you've taken away from your own life, but for Anthony and Corrine and Jim and Keith and all the other individuals, a bright light, as Anthony said, extinguished far too soon. You took that away. You took away future memories, birthday parties, luncheons, phone calls. You may have been with Lynn that last year or so of her life. But what do killers sometimes do? They target their victims, they isolate them, they control the narrative, they stay or show up at scenes. I mean, the bottom line is homicides generally don't make a lot of sense. It's the taking of another life intentionally. It defies all notions of goodness and decency. They don't make sense. And sometimes they're wild and crazy. And people like you do strange things. I believe for the sole purpose of trying to get away with it. I do believe you thought you had found the perfect way to take Lynn Hernan out, that it would go undetected. And again, maybe that wasn't initially. Maybe it was just to control the finances, to take her for the money that she had. But I think when she got to the hospital in September, and no one at that hospital found that substance, and you were getting to the end of the money, and really the only thing left of value was that condo, Lynn Hernan was better to you dead than alive, and you thought you could get away with it. You know, when I sentence individuals, there's a number of sentencing criteria. They fall into three main categories: the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and your character and rehabilitative needs. Your character includes who you are sitting here before me, the good, the bad, the indifferent. It includes your past, convictions. They are important, especially as it relates to counts 2 and 3, because there's a pattern in your life of taking advantage of people, whether it be your mom, your grandmother, whether it be patients in a clinic that you work at, or the mother of a friend you're living with. And you explain it away as, well, I had a gambling addiction. I just wanted to live. I needed a place, a roof over my head, however you described it in those moments. I think you thought you were a very good thief and that you could get away with even more. The seriousness of those theft convictions, well, let me go back. So I don't want you to walk out of here thinking, I don't think you have any redeeming qualities. I mean, obviously, while in the jail, I think you've tried to do what you can to make the most of unfortunate circumstances at your own hand. You obviously very diligently review all of the discovery materials. You do what you can to do your own research, to educate yourself. You help other inmates. I think you were blessed to have maybe some additional money coming in on your canteen, and you will help individuals who don't have any. I don't even frankly care what the motives are, whether they're purely good motives or if there's a pecking order back there. I don't know, but I do know you made a friend, and she said some very nice things about you today. Honestly, the only person I was really hoping to hear more from your mom about you. I have a lot in the PSI and the private PSI about that, but your mom spent every moment of her statement attacking everyone else in this courtroom and Lynn. Whereas Ms. McCarthy came in is what we hope for and expect of character witnesses to tell me more about this other side. Because I do believe people are multifaceted. People have many sides. Even in the worst cases, like a homicide, there are redeeming qualities. And she told us about those. And I thank her for doing that, about how you took her under your wing. You kind of developed this relationship. You had lunch together, meals together, prayed together, did some studies together. And you helped her through a very trying time, as she said, being 70 and never incarcerated before. I'm sure that was not easy. And so I think there is a side to you that does care. I don't want you to think that I don't think you have a caring side. I mean, clearly you do. You cared for Scott Craig, you cared for his children, and in your own way, you made them feel important and loved. Now, there was another side to you, and I think he got it right when he described you. I mean, I think there was a reason you never introduced him to Lynn Hernan. I find that interesting. She clearly, if I were to believe the letters were written by Lynn, she wanted to meet him, but yet she never did. I don't think you wanted there to be any possibility of questions. And that's why I think, however you did it, you were able to keep Lynn isolated so that other people wouldn't question and perhaps uncover what was happening with the thefts. I know that you still have the strong support of your mother. I question at times whether that's healthy or not. If she's seeing things clearly.
I agree, rain collector. Judge Dorow is the whole package in a bag of chips. Completely agree. And interesting, Ruth Ann, you looked her up and she ran for Supreme Court and didn't get it after this trial. Bummer.
I think she's, one of the few individuals who has, really bought the story, lock, stock, and barrel that you have spun. I think as a mom, we want to always see the good in our children and don't want to believe the worst. And it's really challenging and difficult to believe that your own child is capable of a homicide. It's either that or she's complicit and she knew and she was involved. I don't know.
Bingo.
The seriousness of these offenses are significant. As a homicide, there's a loss of life. It is intentional. You were convicted of intentional homicide, not, for example, what some people might call manslaughter or even assisted suicide. And I know you probably don't agree with the decision that I made on that either, and that's okay. The law just did not support it. But here there was an intentional poisoning with a very specific intent for it to go undetected over time to cover up your thefts. It's aggravated in the sense this was a planned series of events. This was not, a crime of passion, for example. You have a relatively minor record, even though there's 4 felonies. You don't have anything other than that. You didn't have issues as a juvenile. But there were thousands and thousands of dollars that were stolen by you before Lynn Hernan was killed and after. And it's all really related in terms of the seriousness, because you really don't have one without the other, because I do think the homicide was related and the motive was to cover things up. It was to not get caught and to do it in a way that you thought you could do to get away with it. I talked about the scene a little bit, and I think there's some aggravated factors about that. The way that scene looked, Dr. B talked about her opinion. She testified that she thought it was staged. She was concerned about it. It was not something she had seen. And, whether the body was moved or the tray was on her chest before or after, there were pieces that appeared to be pieces of pills strategically placed in the corners of Lynn Hernan's mouth.
Oh yeah, that was like classic. Like just some hydrocodone, little chunks of pill on my lips. I mean, come on. Juliet York, yeah, I love this. Dunning-Kruger effect. Cognitive bias when someone overestimates her skills and knowledge due to a lack of self-awareness, leading to poor decision-making and inability to recognize her own incompetence. Yep. And Daryl Hicks, I agree. She'd hunt up another victim. She's a poisoner. I think I've talked about it before that there was a lady in Georgia who had killed, I think it was 3 husbands, antifreeze poisoning. And they finally figured it out like on the 3rd one. And so they exhumed the remains of the others. And somehow, I guess from their bones, they could figure it out. Nuts.
I think it's inescapable that they were placed there. None found in her mouth, but only in the corners. I somewhat agree with you that through the transport, through the EMS people being there, some of those things would have fallen on the floor, would have been scattered in other ways, and that's very possible. I just don't think that would be responsible for those pieces in the corners of her mouth. These were crimes over a significant period of time. These were crimes that required planning, preparation. Once Lynn Hernan was killed, the amount of deceit and deception really accelerated. We have these letters. Even if I take those off the table for a minute, we have everything that was done in that probate case. The false invoices, the loan against the inheritance, and then using the estate funds to pay back. I mean, those were things that from my perspective were pretty easily proven. That paper trail, that was dismantled pretty quickly. And then we get to the point in time where police now, law enforcement are now zeroing in on you. We know in about March when you met with Detective Cole and Detective Hoppy that, and that really only happens after you make some phone calls and you're told that ME's office, they're not going to talk to you anymore. However, that kind of worked itself out, but we know they reach out to you because.
Yeah, Super Cindy Sue, follow the money, which I keep wondering about with Nancy Guthrie. I don't know. Still, that one leaves me perplexed.
You called, there's a recording of your call seeking information from them. And that's kind of I think a pivotal point, because I think for you, you knew something was going on. They didn't tell you at that point. They don't tell you until July about the THZ. But that would have been a really good time if you had evidence that Lynn Herndon committed suicide, that you raise it, that you bring it forward. Or that if it did exist,
Yeah, just like Charlie, when, Catherine McBanawal was on trial, to say, oh, she was extorting me, or when she was arrested. I mean, come on. These people.
get it out of Whitnall Park, you put it in a safe deposit box, you put it in a storage, you put it someplace other than a park, if it truly existed. There were so many opportunities for that to be brought to police. And yet, and this is where your character comes into play, you want to turn the tables on law enforcement and say, you didn't do enough. You should have taken me out of custody. I should have had those 2 weeks to go search to find it myself. You didn't even have as much of a photograph on your cell phone to say, here's where it is. I kept a document, I kept a record of it just in case. Nothing. See, all things that I think, if this were legitimate, someone would have done or had. So fast forward to July of 2019, 6 different interviews, 6 different versions of events, and not one really making a whole lot of sense. You yourself admit, I lied. You should not be shocked, Ms. Kurczewski, that people don't believe the stories that you tell. They don't add up. They don't make sense. They fly in the face of logic. They are far too convenient, and most often have extra detail added after you're given information from law enforcement. As if you went back to your cell, how can I explain this away? And I think you rely far too much on your intelligence and your ability to think on your feet, thinking you can outsmart law enforcement. And the thing is, they're going to look at everything. They're going to uncover everything that they can. You want everyone in this courtroom to believe you should not have been convicted because law enforcement didn't look into the death of Lynn's mom. They didn't need to. They had enough evidence. The evidence was clear. It pointed directly to you. But you had an opportunity, I think many times, to accept responsibility, to just admit. And I don't think you're able to do that. You're going to stand firm on this was a suicide, and no one will convince you otherwise. But you know what you did. You know you're the one that took Lynn Herndon from this earth. You know you're responsible because your own words say that to me. I knew she was drinking Visine. I helped her. I was filling up the bottles. I'm paraphrasing. I'm not going to get it exactly right. But your story morphed to the point you admitted. You knew Lynn Herndon was suicidal, that at one point she put a gun to her head, and that she had been drinking Visine for months. If that were true, and you love this woman with your heart and soul and cared about her well-being, I believe Lynn Herndon would still be here because you would have gotten her help. You would have told her other friends and family that you may not have had a lot of contact with since you got out of prison or even ever, but you certainly knew about them. You had access to Lynn's phone. You would have reached out to everyone and anyone and said, this woman needs help. She's suicidal. But that's not what you did at all. I know you think that I came into this courtroom today having made up my mind on what to do in your case. I'm gonna tell you, I didn't. I would go back and forth. Should I give her life without the possibility of extended supervision? Should I give her this eligibility at some point in time? I even made myself a sheet. And I had blanks for those things. Now, I knew what I wanted to do on the theft charges. I'll give you that, because they're pretty simple. They're 10-year felonies. Max is 5 years each, 5 initial confinement, 5 ES. And really the issue was, should they be consecutive or concurrent? And I'd go back and forth. I'd talk to my clerk. I'd say, I'm kind of struggling here. I want to find a reason. I listened to the state here today. They're pretty darn compelling as to why there's no redeeming qualities. And Attorney Jones said something really interesting during his sentencing remarks. You know, for everyone in this courtroom, the defendant's family, to Mr. Posa, to his family, to all of Lynn's friends, even the detectives maybe, but probably less for them. This is the most important case. That's why you get people like Jim Kelleher saying, I want life without the possibility of parole, and you get a request for leniency from those on your side. That's very typical. But what he said, what Attorney Jones said, and what he talked about is, we look at the system of justice. We have to look at the degrees of homicides. To look at the cases really based on my experience, right, and other homicide cases, what's come through this county, and just generally kind of what we know in the justice system. And that really kind of stuck with me. And he said to strip the defendant of any eligibility would be too harsh in this case. I'm paraphrasing. And that we should trust the system because it's not an automatic. All it is an eligibility. That made me think. I know you're roughly 40 years of age. I thought about making you eligible at 62 years, meaning 62 years of initial confinement. I thought, well, at 40, I don't know that, I would put her into triple digits. And I thought about what others have said in terms of, you're less of a risk when you get older, especially if you're in your 70s, 80s, whatever. And I don't want to, unduly depreciate the seriousness of you taking the life of another person. And even though I think you're completely diabolical, and I think this was planned, and I think you have evil in your heart, when I look at what else I've seen through my tenure, when I think of the system as a whole, I think this is one of those cases that it would not unduly depreciate the seriousness of the offense to make you eligible for extended supervision at some point. So then the question becomes, at what point? I think for me, it's important to think about how old Lynn was when her life was cut short, and she was 62. Under the statute, the earliest I could consider eligibility is 20 years. Now, this is not what I would call minimums eligibility case. You have a prior record for 4 felonies. You've been to prison previously. You've been revoked twice while on extended supervision. You have issues with conforming your conduct to the rules and expectations that are placed upon you by the justice system. However, it's your first violent offense. You don't have a history of harming people physically, assault behavior, certainly not a prior homicide, not even like an OWI homicide or anything. You just have that prior OWI first. Knowing that I believe consecutive sentences for those thefts are important, and I'll get to the reasoning why. On the first-degree intentional homicide charge, count 1, I'm going to impose a life sentence with the possibility of extended supervision after 30 years. That would make you, without the theft charges, close to 70 years of age, older than what Lynn would be today. Physically older, I think 30 years is a pretty significant amount of time.
I love how she's like correlating the sentence with the age of the victim. That's awesome.
But my target is really 80 for you. That is why on counts 2 and 3, you're going to serve maximum sentences consecutive to count 1 and consecutive to each other. Because I think to do anything other than that, given your prior forgery and misappropriation, felony convictions, and your lack of a good track record while on extended supervision, would be to unduly depreciate the seriousness of those offenses. But I really looked at this, and my goal here was to kind of hit that target. And that's how I structured it. And that target being to make you eligible closer to a point in time when you are 80 years of age. I think the criteria that I have when I think about not just the seriousness of the offense, but the need to protect the public, that's one of the key factors here as well. You've demonstrated that not only for family members and people that you love, but other strangers, like your prior record shows with the patients from the clinic at which you worked and the mom of the person you lived with, there's really not anyone who's safe from you when it comes to your willingness to steal, to defraud. You'll craft fake documents, you'll try to cover up your tracks, you'll justify it, and then you'll blame others in the process when you get caught. But there's other things I need to go through in terms of the sentencing, in terms of conditions for extended supervisions and conditions of your sentence. Obviously, there's some things I need to go through the statute, but I'll go through them. You have to provide a DNA sample. If you've not previously done so, there's DNA surcharges on all 3 counts, $250 each. There's payment of court costs for each count. I'm going to order costs pursuant to 973.06 sub 1 sub B in the amount of $16,728.74 payable to the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office for the expert witness who testified in this case. I'll go through restitution more specifically in a moment, and I realize it will be subject to a request for a hearing if made at the end of this hearing. But I do believe restitution as set forth in the memorandum and affidavit submitted by, I take that back, I don't think it was signed as an affidavit, but there's a memorandum and supporting documentation from attorney Beth Taylor detailing $386,646.01 is appropriate for all of the reasons that are expressed in that memorandum. I'll frankly take judicial notice. She'll be incarcerated for quite a period of time and will not be employed. I don't think that's disputed, but I also believe it's appropriate for this court to set up an escrow account under 949.165. It is the express intent of this court to limit, if not make impossible, the ability of the defendant to profit in any way from the crimes she has been convicted of in this case, and to use monies received as a result of the commission of these crimes, whether past, present, or future, to pay restitution as ordered herein, and to compensate the victims. In other words, this court is relying upon Wisconsin's state statute section 949.165 to order the establishment of an escrow account as a legal means to ensure the victims are compensated from the fruits of these serious crimes. The court finds an order for an escrow account is appropriate under the statute for payment of restitution, as well as court costs, fees, and surcharges, and for costs associated with prior or future legal representation, et cetera, under the statute. That's not an exhaustive list. The statute's pretty clear on what is may be paid. There is no doubt in the court's mind that homicide and felony theft are serious crimes under sub 1 in 949.165, and that the estate of Lynn Hernan, represented by the personal representative Anthony Poza, are victims under 950.02 sub 4. Not only is restitution to be paid as any condition of her sentence and extended supervision, but it's to be paid before costs or fines. And these financial obligations shall be collected pursuant to state statute and as provided with that escrow account that I'm setting up as well. She's to have absolutely no contact with Anthony Poza or any family members of his. She's to not gamble or have any contact at any casino. She's not to possess another person's personal identifying information, including but not limited to a driver's license, social security number or card, credit card or number.
I think inmates can earn money in jail. Super Cindy. Sue, I mean, maybe like a quarter an hour. I mean, it's pretty bad. I believe that's I don't know. Hey, Carrie. Yeah, we love this judge.
etc. She has had no employment or service as a caregiver, whether paid or unpaid. She's to complete all other programming as deemed appropriate by the Department of Corrections. Within 48 hours of this hearing, she is to notify her attorney, meaning Attorney Jones, of the location of Lynn Herman's remains. And within 48 hours of that notification, those remains are to be turned over to the state of Wisconsin via their victim witness, who shall then turn them over to Anthony Poza. Just want to look through my notes, make sure I didn't overlook anything I wanted to address here today. I wanted to say this as well to,
Judge, I can provide that location now if the court wants.
please do so on the record.
Yes, my client's indicated that her mother's in possession of those remains.
Do we know if the Jennifer Flowers in the hallway? We'll check.
I don't even trust that they are actually her remains. I mean, I'd love to test them.
If she is, she's to be brought in. I want to order her to turn them over. If the state would like a written order, please submit one, and I'll order that Jennifer Flower, who's in possession of the remains of Lynn Herman, turn those over to.
Carrie, really? Inmates can make money. Jody Area sells her artwork for thousands. Ugh, that makes me sick. Spinster. If they get a job in jail, they can earn a nominal amount. If there's any restitution, they usually will take 30% of any donations or earnings. I don't trust it either. Yeah. There was a funeral home in Georgia and they got into a lot of trouble, but basically they found all these bodies that were stacked somewhere and they had not been cremating them and they were giving people like concrete mix.
The Waukesha County District Attorney's Office. Would you be willing to serve that upon her, Attorney Nicolai, within 48 hours of being served with the court order? All right, thank you. I wanted to say a couple of acknowledgements to Mr. Poza, his mom, and the rest of Lynn's friends. And I know that at times this has been frustrating. I appreciate the sentiment here earlier today, but I hope I did my best to bring this.
Yeah, Super Cindy. Why didn't Jennifer Flower give the cremains to the family from the start? I don't know. Why don't people return rings? You know?
This case to a conclusion, and that and through this case, this trial, and today, that you can finally have some closure and begin healing. I know that it's frustrating. It's frustrating for a lot of people, whether it be a defendant or a victim, to go through a court process. It doesn't always go as quickly. And as one thing I will agree with the defendant is that it is going through a court case and a trial is nothing like what you see portrayed in a dramatization. I often tell juries that you cannot try a case and get a verdict in an hour. That's drama. And the rules of evidence oftentimes prevent certain things from coming in that one party or the other might want in. And the flip side of that is sometimes it allows for questioning that may seem intrusive and violative. And I appreciate everyone's patience. As we went through this process, I would remind everyone, the case was filed in 2021. There needed to be a preliminary hearing that was ultimately, once we got through the arraignment process and the case came before me, we had a trial scheduled in relatively short order for February of 2023. And then there was a request by the defense for an adjournment. And with reluctance, I granted that. And originally we had parts of 6 weeks needed to be scheduled depending on how we started and whatnot. And you can't just find 5 weeks, 6 weeks on anyone's schedule without going out a significant amount of time. And, we don't have attorneys Kukler and Galaviz here, but, from my perspective, everyone worked really diligently to find a time that worked where we could put this case forward. We had certainly a jury pool who are silent other than the written verdicts that they signed. And I hope in some respects I've given voice in recognition of the guilty verdicts that they pronounced in this case. I found my note that I wanted to reference earlier, and I know I pronounced that.
Yeah, exactly, John. Never, never, never give up. Carrie, yeah, if the court explicitly orders it, the inmate can be limited and cannot profit off the crime. Yeah, isn't that called like the Samson or son of something law? Profits from OJ's book went to the Ron Goldman family. I know, Super Cindy. Yeah, Jesse's attorney just like closed his laptop, put up his phone, like, yeah, let's go.
But when I talk about THZ and what it does to a person and why I believe in the series of events that I've described and how it was utilized in this case and why I believe there's, evidence to support it being used for quite some time.
Son of Sam, thank you.
Is that it impairs memory, it impairs judgment, it impairs inhibitions. It's a substance not routinely screened for and certainly not in 2018. It's widely available over the counter. It's not a recreational drug. It's used, as I indicated, either maliciously or as intended, or it's ingested accidentally. That as a CNS depressant, it can cause depression, drowsiness, hypothermia, which is low body temp, bradycardia, which is slow heart rate, hypotension, apnea, which is the temporary cessation in breathing, and coma. I didn't say this previously, but I'd written a note to myself. I think it was referenced either by the state or by perhaps one of the individuals who made a statement, but I think it was Attorney Sitzberger. Lynn Herndon was left to die on her own. What I wrote is this, that she was dosed and the defendant left her to die alone. Why leave? If not a homicide, he needed a window of opportunity to claim Lynn Herndon committed suicide. I just want to make a further record that while I didn't reference it with specificity in my sentencing remarks, I obviously referenced kind of generally the PSI, the private PSI certainly relied upon those in getting background information for Ms. Kurczewski. My reference to the 20 years was obviously to the private PSI as well. The state's PSI did not make any specific recommendation on the homicide other than noting it's life. That's mandatory life under the statute, and then made a recommendation that I deviated from, or at least did not agree with, as to counts 2 and 3. I do want to state with some specificity the restitution that I ordered. I gave the total amount, but it's broken down as follows. For funeral expenses, $3,707.48. For the personal representative's fee, $2,947. For the cash withdrawals and checks from the estate checking account, $54,689.53. For payment from the estate to inheritance funding, $14,000. The payment from Croak, Gonzalez, Eckerly, and Martinson in the amount of $4,700. Additional fraudulent estate expenses as detailed in the memorandum by Attorney Taylor, totaling $42,425.14. Attorney's fees incurred by the state. This includes actual attorney's fees that have been incurred and an estimate of future attorney's fees, which I find to be reasonable under the circumstances, of $18,149. I agree with the reasoning in this memorandum that this is not, this is different from normal attorney's fees. These are fees that would not have been incurred but for the fraudulent activity related to the probate case of the defendant or by the defendant. Mr. Posa, as the personal representative and victim under the statute, he may seek and has sought compensation for time away from work totaling $1,680. And there's additional payments to the defendant from the BMO Harris account totaling $244,347.86 for that total of $386,646 and a penny. I'll find that this total amount of restitution has been established by clear and convincing evidence based upon the trial exhibits and testimony, and as set forth in the attached supporting documentation in document number 616 filed with this court. Now, I indicated earlier, Attorney Jones, that I would certainly, if requested, schedule it further. for a restitution hearing. I don't know if you're in a position to tell me that today, but I'd certainly give you some time if you want.
My question to the court would be if the court's considered, and I'm sure you have, I just didn't hear it on the record, the factors under 973.20 sub 1313, the ones I set forth in my letter.
Yes, I think I might have only referenced her ability to pay. I took judicial notice of the fact that I've given her a life sentence with the eligibility for parole or extended supervision after 30 years with the consecutive sentences. That's obviously, 40 years after that. Let me just find that letter, and I will add to that if I feel appropriate.
I guess my point, Judge, while you're looking is if you consider those factors, which like I indicated, I'm sure you have, I think that would be the sub and substance of the argument I'd be able to offer at a restitution hearing. So if they've been considered, I don't think that there's more to argue.
I will speak more on part 3. I obviously ordered that escrow account, and what I believe is a very real possibility when you look at the present and future earning ability of the defendant. I'm certainly aware that organizations such as Law and Crime, Core TV, 48 Hours, I believe also AARP, all intend or have expressed interest.
Yeah, Super Cindy, you asked what was Charlie Adelson's and Donna's restitution amounts. Donna's was 720 something thousand, but then with Charlie's, all I saw Georgia say was they were working on a number, but then I never saw it. I need to go back and look through his case file.
In the records or writing articles or other things. I believe there's a very real likelihood or possibility for there to be potential income flowing to Ms. Kurczewski as it relates to her story. That's why I ordered the escrow account. And so I considered that. Obviously, she has no dependents, so that I don't need to consider sub 4. I've obviously considered the total loss suffered by any victim. I've gone through that. I'm well aware she really has no financial resources at this time, but I do believe there's a very real potential based upon the public and media interest in this case. I also take into consideration that even with such a significant amount of restitution ordered and the way the statute reads about the payment of costs and restitution from prison monies, there's a cap on that. And it's not something I would deviate from in this case. I think it's appropriate. So I've considered that as well.
Then I'm not requesting an additional hearing.
All right. Anything else from you at this time, and then I'll turn to the state.
No, Your Honor.
I know I have a few warnings to get through and all of that, but before I get through that, is there anything the state has?
We are in the process of filing that order for the production of Lynn Hernan's remains, and then we'll obviously keep the court informed of when that's served on Ms. Flower.
All right. Ms. Kurczewski, you have been convicted of 3 felonies. That means you may not vote in any election until your civil rights have been restored. You may not possess a firearm. That is a felony punishable by a fine of up to $25,000 and imprisonment of up to 10 years. You may also not possess body armor. And for a first offense, that would have a potential fine of $50,000 and imprisonment of up to 15 years. And for any second or subsequent offense, a $100,000 fine and a 25-year period of imprisonment. You also have 20 days from today's date to appeal the decision of the court. Good luck. That does conclude the hearing today. Please follow the direction of the bailiffs in terms of exiting from.
All right. Well, we did it. We survived. Thank y'all. I know this was an interesting night with all the breaking news and everything, but appreciate it. Yeah, Allison, definitely the same judge. We love her. We have a crush on her. Y'all have a good one. Tomorrow night, Ruth Markel unveiling book club, first 2 chapters. If you don't have the book, it's okay. Join us. We're going to talk about it. Jessy can't possess body armor, but she can possess a Nike hoodie from Macy's. Yeah, just do it. I thought of something I should have added into the commercial, that it's also perfect for a transport in the back of a metal van from Miami to Tallahassee. The breaking news was that there was an attempted assassination of Trump tonight, and a Secret Service agent or somebody in law enforcement was shot, but they had a bulletproof vest on. So I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoyed every minute. And yeah, I'm subscribed. I'm glad you subscribed, Spencer. We have an awesome group here. So, yep. See y'all tomorrow night. Shots in the White House. No, it was at the Hilton for the correspondence dinner. But I'll see y'all later. Good night.
Thank you all for riding with me till the truth brings victory. I'm Leslie B, justice seeker, story keeper, and we're still watching, waiting for justice.